dessert party. She was one of the people that had stayed up later. And she gave us a note, a thank you note that they give to everyone that they feel like they connected with on the voyage, and also got a tea. Apparently, her husband grows. He has a interplanetary tea business. We got a little pack of tea, a special ones from special plants that he grows, and we got a little creature from her that she had in a
little creature.
Container. Yeah, it was just a little creature.
Just little creature. Like, what does this creature look like?
It looked like a little cat-like thing, in a container. I was super nice with her the first time we met, and it was super nice. You know, they gave us those things. We didn't get the note, you know, thanking us for playing along with them and their story until the very last night. But after the first introduction, and you know, we got like stuff from them. It was like, that was super nice. And then after stuff starts escalating with the First Order, and we're placed into a First Order blockade, I'm like super worried. And there's like TIE fighters outside, and I was sitting down in the atrium, and like she comes up, she's like, "Have you noticed what's going on outside the windows?" I'm like, "You mean the screaming of the TIE fighters?" Like, yeah, I noticed. And she starts laughing, and I said, "I don't like it when people laugh that way, like within 30 seconds of someone mentioning TIE fighters." And she's like, "Isn't it wonderful?" And I'm like, I feel like there's been a miscommunication.
It's kind of scary.
I actually said, like, I don't know why I admittedly, I made some assumptions when I first met you about where your allegiances lie. And apparently, she was having the time of her life. She was like, she loves the First Order. I was like, oh no.
Like, man, I'm finding it very difficult to feel safe with you.
It was like thinking she's like a nice lady, and then like to hear her, like, I'm like, "You mean the TIE fighters screaming out the window?" And she's like, she starts doing this jovial laugh, and I was like, I don't like it when people laugh after I mention TIE
She's
fighters.
just really into TIE fighters, like the ingenuity of
No,
the TIE fighters. She's just really into it.
Yeah, the soothing lullaby of her.
The screaming.
It was like, I've never seen someone so ecstatic about being blockaded by the First Order. But yeah, that was a super shocking moment. She was very entertained at my revelation that she was enjoying the escalation of First Order control.
It's like, isn't it great?
No! I actually had the gears in my head had to turn. I'm like, oh, I never actually confirmed she didn't like the First Order. I just kind of assumed that nice people don't.
I assumed you were a good guy.
Yeah. It was great. That's one of the things that makes, you know, like the whole experience relies on other passengers role playing, because like stuff like that happens. Like they're carrying some of the weight of the storytelling. A lot of our experiences, story-wise, had to do with other passengers' stories, and like them role playing as their characters and us role playing as our characters. Because like our characters were super nervous the whole time about being inspected by the First Order. Like we went on this cruise to avoid First Order oversight, and not only is our ship boarded by the First Order, but the lieutenant sits down at our table, which was the most sweat. And you're like, I sure hope no one in the First Order takes any notice. And he's like, may I sit here? And I had the bag of kyber crystals.
It's like
I had. It's like just sweat tensing.
You're just like,
the bag of kyber crystals was tied to my my straps on the outside of my outfit. Like it was not. Like if he was like, "What do you have in the bags there?" I would have like been like, "I need to leave dinner right
salt.
now."
But
Salt.
You would really just be. You would just say that? Just like, what you got in the bag there? I have to leave dinner right now.
I was debating what I was going to do.
Roll a 1.
If he was like, so what brings you on the Halcyon? And like our speech checks failed, I do not know what I would have done.
I have to go right now.
It was very much the whole time, because I was like, okay, we just need to make sure, because that's one of the reasons we didn't get any pictures with him, because we're like, we don't want to, we don't want to draw any unnecessary attention. You know, we'll play nice if we have to, but we just don't want to be noticed. And he's like on the table. He's like, "Can I sit with you guys?" Wow. Especially since he's there to like inspect passengers and make sure no passengers, you know, are doing anything that the First Order doesn't like.
I don't know how happy they are that someone's, you know, playing along, right? Instead of asking stupid questions that they wouldn't really like to respond to.
Yeah, I feel like they're probably picking people out. Like, I mean, I know for a fact that if you're just like, if you're a family and you can tell like the parents aren't really into this and they don't really know what Star Wars is, like one of the girls there was there with her mom, and her mom admittedly was like, I know Star Trek, a few other things, I don't really know Star Wars. So her daughter was getting a lot of the character interactions and her mom wasn't, because her daughter was like dressed in character, answering things. She was one of the only other people that answered a question. Gaia asked people if anyone knew what coaxium was, and I always wait. I pause, I wait to see if anyone else says anything. If no one else says something, then I say it. But this was one of the rare chances where someone else actually answered before I could. So, like, her daughter got... The characters were more engaging with the daughter more than the mom, because they could tell, like, the daughter was the one that was there to roleplay and stuff, and the mom was kind of assistance in getting there. Or just enjoying the experience. So, you could absolutely go to the Halcyon and just sit back and let your kids do all the stuff and never get... It would be... You can't avoid the role-playing. Obviously, the guest service counter and stuff will all be in character and stuff. They'll assist you in... As a Sandrillin Starliner crew member would assist you. But if you just want to be left alone and not have to play a character, you don't have to do that.
Being there, like, in person, on the spot, how would you say, like, the makeup, prosthetics?
Movie level quality. I tried to get video of it. The Rodian's eyes and mouth moved.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was wondering if that's how that worked with the Rodian.
Yeah, the Rodian, as she speaks, it is the exact same stuff that you would see on the movie set. Pantoran makeup on the captain, spot on. Sanjo, the Miri Allen, again, looked exactly like a Miri Allen.
What do they look like?
Gaia. What?
What do Miri Allens look like?
Miri Allens are the ones with, well, Barasafi's a Miri Allen.
Oh, okay. So
they have the triangle or the diamond face
like
tattoo.
Luminara, Barasafi.
Yeah,
Okay.
he was orange though. Sanjo was orange. Yeah. Gaia as a Twi'lek looked like a movie Twi'lek. There was another passenger there. One of the there was a girl there. We also saw her on the Facebook group before we left, dressed as a red Twi'lek, and it was so cool to see her in the bar with Gaia, and to just see two Twi'leks talking to each other.
Yeah, I saw the red Twilight.
Yeah, it was super cool to see like passengers actually dressing as aliens.
Wait, she was a passenger.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That
The red
was
Twi'lek
freaking hell of a
was a passenger.
cosplay right there.
She was on the Facebook group. You can see her in the Facebook group for our voyage, saying like, "Would we try to come up?" Yeah, absolutely looks like she looked great. But all the aliens, all the makeup and stuff for the people that are part of the experience are movie level quality. As are the sets. You know, the sets look like movie level quality. You could film... It's just like Batuu. They could film an episode of The Mandalorian in Galaxy's Edge, and no one would bat an eye. It looks like a film level set. So that's really what sells it, is you're so used to seeing what a Star Wars set looks like that when you're walking inside of one and living in one, your brain tells your mind that, okay, I'm in Star Wars.
I brought my stream back up, by the way, so we can't have spoilers. I lowered the quality down to 40.
I won't talk spoilers.
Kilobytes.
Again, because all of the plots did have a huge finale with like a ton of payoff. There was a thing I did that was a finale payoff that just it's like the kind of magic that like there's no other experience like it. This isn't like a ride. This isn't like a thing. The fact it's live action roleplay means that you're doing something And if your actions
I need
that you did
aid.
specifically comes up again later in like a big way, it like the feeling you get is not replicatable in any other medium because it's like something you did 4 hours ago now just like had a huge impact.
I know they keep track.
I don't know. I was assuming maybe that it's like Westworld where there's like a control room overseeing the whole thing through like cameras and like telling the people through earpieces, you know, stuff like that to keep things straight.
Because this is the kind of thing that Evermore wants to be. I can't really say.
Well,
I've never been to Evermore, but
I would think that the resources that Disney and Lucasfilm have are probably
it's not fair to compare it. Obviously.
Yeah. Plus, again, this has been in the works since before 2014. But yeah, I would assume that there's probably cameras watching us. Like when Michaela and I were hanging out in front of a door in a random hallway that no one else was in right before Ray came out of the door. There might have been someone on an intercom letting her know, like, okay, we have 2 guests on the other side of the door. You know, that might have been something that happened, or it could have just been that we genuinely surprised her as she came
He
through
was
the
being
door.
constantly spied by the NSA.
Honestly, though, like, if that's what makes the experience flow seamlessly, that's...
We heard them talking in their bedroom
reminders.
about.
No, they actually were very clear that the rooms are not being monitored via audio links because they have that droid panel in there, right? The droid, you know, you can talk to the droid.
Right.
They did have a thing before the experience letting people know there are not cameras or audio recording taking place in the room. They only record audio if you're talking to the comms tower, the droid in the comms tower. Yeah, because before we entered the Star Cruiser, they did have a video kind of giving you, you know, safety and stuff. Like before you enter this experience, you know, this means this, emergency exits are here. Okay, now it all starts.
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
what
there's always the important stuff that you need to.
Well, they wanted
that you
people
can't
to
avoid.
mainly know what the difference was between this is a warning alarm in the story, and this is what a warning alarm sounds like if there is an actual warning alarm. Like, because, you know, alarms go off on the ship if, like, something dangerous is happening, and they want people to know, okay, this is a story
And
alarm.
that is something that, to my knowledge, Evermore has run into issues with. I mean,
Yeah.
because
If someone's running around screaming fire,
Yeah.
and it's because there's
Yeah.
a set, you know, a barn is supposed to be on fire, that's different.
Yeah,
They did a clever...
they very much. I had heard some accounts from people who were, you know, like, you know, someone's running and screaming "run" like they're coming or something like that. Kind of
Yeah, that's a problem.
freaks you out a little bit. You know,
That's not... I would imagine
I think
everyone's
Disney's
probably
very
shot-
fragile.
Yeah, Disney is going to be top of the line, like world-renowned leaders in customer service. They know. They would never even try that. They would just know right off the bat, okay, we can't have experiences where we're yelling that a medical emergency is happening if there's not a medical emergency. That just seems like common sense, and Evermore sounds like it's kind of put together by people that are just kind of doing it.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, you can't really compare them as much because they, you know, Disney is Disney, and
they're world class.
they're-
Like, they know how to put on
the
shows.
top
They're
of the
professional
top.
shows.
Yeah, they probably already have cloning figured out. I don't even know, man. I would be
Yeah.
surprised.
We're adding clones to the next Star Wars.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna be. They're gonna be like, we found out we have cloning, but don't worry, we're not gonna do anything unethical with it. We're just going to make actual real life clone troopers and have them be assets in our park.
It's the only way we could get the experience together. But yeah, the alarm systems in the ship, if there's like an emergency happening, you know, everything goes red, it's flashing, alarms are going off, and like the ship's like, this is a ship-wide alert, like, all passengers do such and such. But if the warning is an actual real warning, like we need guests out of here now, all the lights just turn bright white, and like there's like a loud, clearly not a Star Wars, a constant like medical tone, like, and it's much clearer like this is not part of the experience. We need all guests to like exit to here, and the fact that like all the lights come up as like bright solid white instead of like more thematic Star Wars looking lights, like to like shows stopping right now.
First, the
Obviously.
Star Wars one they should have had. Now hear this.
This is an in-universe warning.
Never in my life have I ever heard anyone actually say that in your life or fiction aside from that?
I mean, that is a saying. That is a posh.
I love it. I mean,
That, like,
it sounds so
it,
commanding.
it preps you to listen to what is about to be said.
Now hear this.
It's the same equivalent of the more westernized. Now listen here. Secondary. Now listen here. We're evacuating this here, Hank.
To steal knowledge from me.
It was super nice to, like, there were elements of our backstories that came up. Obviously, you're gonna make more backstory than is ever gonna become usable.
Yeah.
Yeah. But on the final night, getting to talk to those two girls about, like, where our characters came from and our motivations, explaining the actions we were taking on the ship it was really nice. One of the girls there was playing as someone who studied Jedi history as an archivist. She was super into lore. Her favorite Jedi is Ajar Chris from the High Republic. But so she studies Jedi academically, and her whole character's growth was slowly realizing that she was connected to the Force and was basically someone who studied Jedi academically, realizing that they could become the thing that they had been studying their entire life.
Can you imagine like a twist of like two best friends? One is super into Jedi, wanting to be a Jedi. The other one's like the opposite and wants to be a
and they were roommates.
It sounds like the other one's the opposite, not interested in it at all, and wants to be like a pirate or something. But the other one is Force sensitive, and the one that's interested in Jedi, it has to like turn to a more pirate-like lifestyle to survive. And they're just like living each other's dreams, and that would be so frustrating.
Tumblr thing. But yeah, you would need a second person to roleplay a story like that.
Yeah, I'm just saying in general, like as a story idea, I think that'd be pretty fun. You're like the frustration of like, no, hold on, like.
Yeah, I mean,
so
on one
close.
hand, the person that doesn't want to be a Jedi that is Force sensitive just falls into the reluctant hero trope.
Yeah, well, there's plenty you can fundamentally take down a lot of characters to a trope, or this reminds me of this character, but that's just kind of like at the very deepest foundation.
Yeah,
You can do a lot more on top of that.
In the droid, I've never seen this in the Droid Depot before, but there was a Old Republic droid head, a Hu Yang.
Oh yeah, you showed me. Yeah. I saw that and I was like, that can't be Hu Yang though. I was like, can't be him.
No, well, Hu Yang is not even that color.
Yeah.
Hu Yang is like a white, very grayish white. Oh my god, the breakfast foods were so good.
Did you ever feel like you weren't like full enough? Because I mean, you said some of them were buffets.
Yeah, breakfast and lunch were buffets. At no point was I like, I need food. And if there was ever a point where I felt like I need food, I would go back down to either where they were having the lunch buffet, or they always had refreshments at the service desk. There was always drinks.
Crazy.
There was always snacks. There was like little sweets that we got. I got pictures of the sweets we got. There was fruit out. Again, luxury cruise. We paid a lot of money for the experience, and the whole thing is that you're in the finest luxury Chandrilan decadency that the galaxy has to offer, and it's not like they're make-believing that this is a fancy cruise. The chefs in the kitchen making our food are actual 5-star, world-renowned, famous chefs that Disney went to go get to make the food for this experience. So it's not just like make-believe fancy food. That is the actual food that you would eat if you went to like a 5-star French restaurant. They just give it, a Star Wars twist to make it look more exotic and give it Star Wars names.
I did notice one thing in these pictures that you sent me. Just one thing. It's like you know what it reminds me of? Like you're watching the Truman Show and Truman like sees like one thing that he's not supposed to see.
Is it the exit signs?
No, the exit signs can stay. The exit signs I understand, right? That's not. So
it's just high galactic.
Yeah, it's just high galactic, just as exit. No, I'm talking about your in an image
Not
you have.
one of these tomes
I don't
will
know
escape
where it
my
is, but
grasp.
McKill is in the image, I think, and on the left. and it looks like there's maybe snacks on the bar or something. But I can see a screen that has like a Windows 10 wallpaper.
You know, I didn't actually notice that until I went back through the pictures. That's the guest service screen. The guest service screen does not look like that. It looks like it's in Universe dashboard, but I'm guessing that that no one had signed in at that point and had logged out during a reboot. And the screen is like that.
Like, wait a minute.
Are the same way. Those TVs are just the same normal Disney, the TVs that are in your hotel room, but with the Star Wars overlay. You know, you can still cast Disney Plus to those TVs. And when it boots up, you know, when you turn it off and then it boots back up, it has the TV's company name on it. So, like, things have to boot up and then it has the Star Wars overlay on it. But yeah, that could just be a picture of Chandrilla on the screen. I'm sure that they would probably have a response without missing a beat.
Sweating.
There are images.
They just look at you directly in the eyes. Just doesn't look like anything to me.
I don't like this.
And then like they have it swap back to the dashboard. That's you.
There was a super deadpan guy named Torin that was super great. That would say stuff like that. Like so over there, just what screen? Not like to people trying to point out numbers or breaking things, but he was super funny. He was from he was also from Coruscant, and it turned out his whole secret thing was that he was First Order. And we talked to him about it the last night because he said like no one on the cruise ever suspected he was First Order. And I was like, I did, because when we were doing bridge training, he like switched into a British accent to say things menacingly about the Resistance, or like someone had mentioned something about like not wanting to let the First Order know, and he like switched to a British accent. Why shouldn't they know? And people were like, and other crew members were like, what did you just do there? What was the voice for? And like it was like they were genuinely confused. And at the last night, he was saying like no one knew what my secret was, and I was like, was the secret that you're with the First Order? And he's like, yes. No one ever guesses that I'm with the First Order.
He's just like not deadpan. He's just like, yes. Oh my god.
Well, he was like, because his planet is Coruscant. He's like, that used to be, you know, one of the capitals of, you know, the First Order had their capital there after they took over. It's like, yeah, it's like his, it makes sense. A couple of the other crew members were also First Order, but they said it's because they were from Kijimi, and they're like, when you're on Kijimi, like, the First Order's, like, kind of the law of the land at that point, and he's like, you kind of have to be with the First Order. You know, it's kind of like being in Berlin, you know, during occupation. I will say though, it's an immersive live action role playing theater too. So like, if a cast member ever had to drop character for something, like they would to like provide the appropriate guest experience. There are situations that would be deemed acceptable.
The bathroom's nice. Oh, you did show me the sinks.
Yeah, the sink in our room, super nice. Let me see if I can find. Michaela actually went to one of the like more public restrooms by the dining area. Also, here's the Hollow Sabacc table. You can actually see the Hollow cards on the table there. Let me see if I can find the restrooms. It's towards the end of the night. I was looking to see if I could find a picture of that Twilight girl talking to Gaia. I tried to take a picture of them in the bar just because I thought it was cool to see two Twilights together.
Yeah, it would be nice if more people were kind of going for the like Star Wars citizen outfit instead of like, well, for sometimes I mean
people wear different outfits on different days, you know. But...
Yeah, but I mean, like I'm not even saying like the people who don't wear any outfits. It's like that's understandable, but like I'm just saying if you're gonna go for an outfit, like I see a lot of like what looks like just classic Clone Wars era Jedi robes, you know, and I'm just
that works.
It does work, you know. It does. I'm not.
The whole point is the Jedi wore those robes because they were nondescript. They're like farmer garments. Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. I just think like your outfits I think work perfectly. I'm just
That's
going,
what I
it
was
almost,
trying to
it
go
almost looks like an
for.
Obi-Wan cosplay sometimes when I see people with like a tan robe.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Oh, this is all of us at dinner late. This is what I was talking about, where we were all just talking and we were like the only ones there, and we felt like the most dedicated fans because we were the last ones up. And that guy on the right is Torin.
Really?
So yeah, that girl on the left is the girl who was there with her mom. The dad there at the table is the dad that was there with his daughter, and the daughter's the one behind Michaela. Yeah, Torin's the funny one who was secretly First Order from Coruscant. I kept trying to refrain from making a Shu Torin joke the whole time.
Shoot Torin?
I consume
like shoot
every word of your
It's
story.
the planet Shu Torin.
I'm not familiar with the planet Shoot
You are. You said you were going through the Darth Vader
This
comics,
knowledge
and I
shields
showed
me
you a
from
picture
your
of
feeble
the
attack.
cult of the Central Isopter, and they were talking about how they were there to witness the destruction of Shu Torin.
Oh, yeah. I like that.
Yeah. Michaela loves the cult of the Central Isopter. That's why she has one as her Discord profile picture. I did love that moment. We are there. We are here to witness the destruction of Shu
Draw
Torin. You guys
my
are-
strength.
I'm sorry, what? And then one of the other cultists is like, see the sights. We're here to see the sights.
It's it's very
See the sights? We will see the sights
Very-
of destruction.
very the giggling. Very reminiscent of the piece
My
from
chapter
Doctor Who with the Ood that's serving Rose dinner, and she's like, "Did I pay you?" And then the Ood's just kind of like, you know, what was it like? The forces of beneath will collapse to the surface and make war against God. And she's like, "What?" And he's like, "So I meant, enjoy your food." Because it's just like, what?
These are the refresher pictures that Michaela took. The bigger, more public, not in the room. Restrooms. I don't know what that sign on the wall says. It is an Arabesh, so I hope it's not like a very strict warning sign.
Huh.
Like, the caution floors may be wet. Everything really important is in High Galactic, and then like the fun things to decode are in Arabesh. They're never gonna have like a like fire extinguisher here, but it's in Arabesh.
Yeah,
Where
no.
are the exits?
If you knew how to read Arabesh, you wouldn't have
You
died in
would've
the
survived.
fire.
Yeah. Also, that Rhodian. I'll show you videos later. She is moving. This isn't like someone that's lugging around a heavy piece of head equipment and has to be careful. Her whole thing was that she's dancing. Like, she is a performer. So she is spinning. She's like leaning her head back and moving all over the place very quickly. So you forget that it's a person wearing a head costume. Like, they're moving like it's just they're a person. It was very impressive. It's not how you would expect. Like, I thought it would be like they might have to have a handler kind of walking them around, but no, she's just walking the space freely, independently, just as a Rhodian. Just nothing's like scripted. Like, she can just go anywhere and start talking and doing stuff. Here's some of the desserts that we had at the service desk.
Chandrilla Starline. What is that? It's like a little Twinkie. It looks like. I can't.
It was
quite
a
t-
nice
I can't tell
cookie thing.
what it is.
Then they had they were called Asteroid something, the chocolate thing.
It. You know what? That looks like a Little Debbie. Like it. I mean,
It's
like
not a little bit. It was much more
that-
crunchier. And,
Little Debbie. They had what are they? Star clusters or something? That's what
Yeah.
it reminds me of. It's got a spacey name.
yeah, I love. There was a scene of one of the Sajas. We were just watching Sanjo singing in the lobby with his guitar thing, and Michaela points to look behind me, and right behind me, I see one of the Sajas doing like meditative exercises, like crouching and like moving with his arms, and the two stormtroopers are behind him mimicking him, and he's giving them lessons on how to like do breathing, and like he'd go like kick, and then they would like try to kick, and like you could see them like trying to squat. It was so funny. One of the stormtroopers was obsessed with Sanjo's music and would always be like next to him, like bopping his head and like like pointing, like getting other people to come over and get hyped. And I went to Sanjo after and I was like, was that stormtrooper giving me a hard time? And he just looks up like into space like shocked. He's like, he told me to follow my dreams.
No, I feel for the troopers now.
It was super. Yeah, Michaela was like, yeah, we did. One of the crew members did talk to us about how they felt sorry for the troopers, and they could see how they were. You could see their human side on the crews as they were like allowed to let loose a bit and act like humans, and they felt sorry that they were forced into.
You really gotta feel worse for First Order troopers other than the Stormtroopers, because First Order troopers were like how Spartans were kidnapped.
Not one
Children,
of
right?
these tones
Yeah.
will escape
So-
my
And it's just like you see like they're enjoying themselves on this cruise, like they're getting into it and like having joy for like probably the first time in their lives. It was, and they do go deep, like with the story stuff. Like I was saying with the First Order officer, like not just being a two-dimensional cookie-cutter villain. Like talking about how he liked the crew, he bonded with the crew, he liked the passengers and some of the people on board. He was just there to do his job and make sure that there was a conspiracy that the ship was associated with, that it was brought to attention so it could be stamped out. Like you genuinely felt like Harmon Kroy was like a good guy. That like wasn't terrifying to be around. That he like had values. He was racist against aliens, and he was a bad.
That's a character trait. That's a value. It's a bad one.
He was like he was talking about how he respected the captain despite being a Pantoran. He's like, look at all you've accomplished despite being Pantoran. And it was like
Awkward silence.
And she was even like, I will take your compliment as intended.
As intended.
And she let him know that she respected him too and understood the position he was in and that his life led him to where he was, and that she let him know that if in another existence he would have made a fine human being. Like if he hadn't have been caught up in all this, that he would have been a good person, maybe piloting his own Starliner.
You said like you'd be a great person if things were just a little different.
Yeah, he would have been. He had good character. But yeah, it's just like so much stuff happens. It's hard to believe it was only 2 days. I've never talked this much about stuff that's happened in 2 days before. Just because there was so many small, important things that happened. You go to one of the theme parks for 2 days, and it's still the best 2 days of your life. But you do this for 2 days, and it's like the best 2 days of your life.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Like with the cruise, like for us, it's like gonna be like a week.
It's gonna be 5 days,
yeah, closer to
plus
a week.
the 2 buffer days. Yeah.
So like for this, I often think would it? Because people talk about relaxing on a cruise, but it's like there's so much stuff to do. Do you want to relax, right?
I feel like this is a little different because this is not only a cruise. You are actively partaking in a Star Wars story, and you're wanting to do things. Like you're here on the Halcyon in a galaxy that you've experienced only through video games and films and TV shows, but now you are live action role playing a character and you can do anything. Now go. That's sort of what the experience is. There's going to be food you can eat, there's going to be places you're going to go, there's going to be a day excursion. So it's 2 days, but your interactions with everybody is painted by the fact that you're there to tell a story and be part of a story. Whereas on an actual cruise ship, you're there for 5 days, and you talk to if I was to go on the cruise in September, or when we go on the cruise in September, and I talk to guest services, my experience with guest services will be top-of-line customer service, but it will never lead me to a next stage of the story in which I will, uncover some conspiracy by the First Order to stop a coaxium shipment or something like that.
Right, you're basically playing D&D, but
yeah, we're playing live-action role-playing. intricate Westworld style stories that weave in and out, to your own. You choose whatever you want to do. Whereas on an actual cruise, you spend a lot of time in your room. You go up to the pool deck. You're just kind of lounging around. There's not like Chewbacca is being captured by the First Order, and like we need to get him out of the brig before they bring their prison transport.
It's kind of like an escape room, but like
you're not trying to escape.
You're not trying to escape. But the thing is, though, it's like you have a goal in a themed space. However, a cruise ship is more like a resort, I guess.
Yeah, on our data pad, we're getting communications with the different factions on the ship, asking for our assistance, telling us to meet them at certain times, certain places, so we can progress our story. Whereas on an actual cruise ship, there's an itinerary. Dinner's at 8. There's a lunch buffet between 12 and 2. But, it's kind of, go up to the theater, you can see a movie. There's a snack bar, there's a pool deck. There's always stuff that you can choose to do. But you're never going to feel like there's not quite the constant go of being on the Halcyon, where it's a 2-day experience. And especially with the fact that this is the one time you're going to get to go. So you want to make sure to do as much as you possibly can. On a 5-day Disney cruise, even though the boat's going to be bigger and we're there for more time, it's going to be stuff's going to be a lot more spaced out. There's going to be a lot more downtime.
Yeah.
I would say that the Star Wars cruise was more exciting than relaxing, but there were moments where we just went back to our room to kind of take a breather between certain things. We sat around in the atrium a lot just to kind of wait to see if things happened. A lot of times, pretty much every time we just sat in the atrium, something eventually did happen. Like a big story thing would happen that we would have missed if we were not just sitting in the atrium when it happened.
Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking of, though. It's like some things just seem so sensitive about, like, what if you miss a thing? What if you spend a while in your room and you miss a thing about a certain quest? How does that interact with the quest that you're on? Because it's all happening in real time.
Again, very important things are instructed on your data pad. Like, if you're going down the path of the Saja, it will say the Saja are having a meeting at this time. If you miss that, you were made clear that that's when that event was going to happen. Everything else kind of organically happens. You can meet with Saja in the bar. I saw people doing that. There was a lot of stuff like that Michaela and I, didn't come across because we were doing other things. But when you're doing those other things, the people doing the other things don't experience that. So what they do is they do a good job of making it feel like you don't feel like you're missing out on something because you still get enough information from other people's stories. I'll go into it more when we can go into spoiler talk. But by the end, when the finale's happening and everyone's story arcs are getting wrapped up, you don't feel like, wait, what was this guy? What payoff? I'm sure someone's getting elated by this, but I don't really understand what's going on. We knew exactly what was going on, even though we didn't help the people get to that point. We had just kind of seen in passing. They make sure that you see it, maybe when you're having dinner, something happens in the middle of the dinner show to kind of catch you up, and you see it in the background. Or it happens during your bridge training. And while we're doing that, other people are experiencing maybe parts of our story that they didn't get to see initially because they didn't take part in it. It really is like they're juggling 1,000 balls at once for, hundreds of people. I would say, if I didn't know what other guest experiences were like, I would say, maybe Michaela and I just got really lucky and we happened to get just the right mix of everything. But seeing the reviews from pretty much everybody that goes to this thing, everyone says the exact same thing. That everything feels like just the right amount of you getting to do your own stuff without getting lost as to what's happening with other stories. So I have to believe that they're consistently juggling this to a degree where everybody is, satisfied with their experience.
Do you think that do you think that the reason it's closing is because it's too good to be true and something like this cannot exist for any prolonged amount of time?
Consistently doing. They have been doing. I was talking to that dad, that one girl's dad. He was talking to me about how this place must operate, and I was like, if you think about it, when this thing opened in 2022, this whole story has been playing out every day since it opened for
Yeah.
over a year.
Mhm.
Every time it plays out for 2 days and then resets without a break in between. The same 5-star service food, the same stories with professional level acting, and like everyone acting like it's the first time these things have happened.
Yeah.
Every day. Like
Mhm.
even right now, it's going on as we're talking. I mean, it's 2 a.m., but like someone might be up and in the atrium right now, and stuff has to be happening. So if they're able to run it, they've run it for over a year that way without huge consequence and consistently been rated the most extravagant guest experience on the planet, like the most satisfying thing to do for like any entertainment company. I would say that there's no indication that they couldn't have kept running it for at that high level of caliber for the foreseeable future. It's not like, oh, it's slowly falling apart and they can't really keep up the momentum this long. It's been going on for over a year, and people that went on the first cruises that are still going to these new cruises say that it hasn't missed a beat. It's not like, oh, you should have been there in the glory days back when everyone was at full capacity. Now, it's kind of slipped a bit. It still feels like right when it first opened.
Well, I'm worried about the fact that it's shutting down being like a boogeyman story for guys in suits, and therefore
Yeah.
something of this kind can't ever show up again because it'll be like, remember Star
People
Cruiser?
say that, but something else people need to take into account is it's not lost on anybody that this thing historically became the #1 winner by far in terms of guest satisfaction.
Yeah.
Guests consistently rate the Star Cruiser higher than anything in any company, and that's like saying a lot. Like, there's a lot of entertainment companies doing entertaining things, and if you're doing something and it becomes the best of the best and makes people happier in new ways, this is the first time in entertainment history that they have tried to create a new kind of experience. Like, what would it actually be like if you got to like live in a movie world, not just for 5 minutes, but for 48 hours? And it successfully worked. And not only did it successfully work, but it proved that that is what people want. The people that are doing it are loving it, and saying that this is the best it could possibly be. Like, please keep doing more of this. Even though only a few, 1,000 people in Earth's history will ever have gotten to experience this. I'd have to do the math on how many total passengers will have ever actually have gotten to do this. Like, that has to count for something. That, like, not only did they do something right, but they, like, hit it, like, they uncovered some secret new experience and how to do it correctly, and unlocked potential futures where, like, more stuff like this pops up. So maybe it's just a case of finding a way to do it right so it becomes financially viable. No one knows exactly why they're closing it. The only guess is that it has to do with some tax reason, because the date they're closing it is right at the end of September, right before the 1st of October. And apparently that's some deadline window for tax write-offs. And if it had happened, if they closed it like right a day later, then it wouldn't count for the tax write-offs. So that specific date that they're closing it on is the only reason why people are pretty sure it's for a tax write-off. Other than, if it wasn't for that, no one would have any insider knowledge for why they're closing it, given how successful it's been. So that doesn't mean that the kind of storytelling isn't ever going to pop up again. I know that's what the cast member that we talked to at our other resort was talking about, how like they have to do more stuff like this in the future, because like the genie's out of the bottle now. Sure, everyone online is making fun of it, like, oh, who could have guessed that the stupid thing no one wanted was going to close down? Like, the people that didn't go to it are going to say that.
It's kind of like, it's kind of like, if Jurassic Park was brief. It's like they made a thing, ended because it wasn't
Jurassic
sustainable.
World's going to happen. Yeah, Universal, has to be thinking about a Harry Potter version of this. Imagine like staying in Hogwarts for 2 days, going to spell classes. Like, the gears are turning in other companies' heads about, like, immersive storytelling on a caliber of this level. It's all a mystery. It's all up in the air right now. It's all just a case of waiting for it to close and seeing what they do after the fact. But having gone, like, there's, like, 5-star cruises that this thing makes look like day excursions for like it makes it look cheap by comparison. I mean, sure, the cost shows that, you're paying over $1,000 per person per night, so like you're getting what you pay for. It feels like you're paying for the most expensive luxury in the world. So that's, yeah. I don't have the answers to those questions of like, sure, it's the best level of storytelling in the universe. Absolutely nothing can ever compare to it. But it does take a lot of money to get there. You cannot get to that point without having to finance it. The fact that it was low capacity, you can only really tell this kind of story with a limited number of people. If you have too many people, it doesn't work. So they only have 100 rooms, which means at maximum 500 guests, which for a hotel is not a lot. You really need to be making your money other places. So I want to believe that it's a ball that they're just going to work on having to balance. Obviously the everyone's fantasy situation would be that the Halcyon does come back in some capacity. This was a temporary closing, but the website really does work. Like Final Voyage is the Halcyon's final excursion.
I mean, like, it's like when they said the Whopper was, or the Whopper,
they bring it back. Yeah,
it was like, it's just the last McRib.
People did say like maybe they can turn this into like a once a year thing, but once you do that, it becomes so scarce that like 50,000 people called the reservation line when reservation bookings opened back up. 50,000 all at the same time at 7 a.m.
Yeah.
So like if it became a once a year thing, like you're gonna get thousands of people trying to get those spots, and if only 100 rooms are available, it just becomes a case of like it becomes like a lottery at that point. Like here's the annual lottery to see if you can get on the Halcyon. At least before that, it was relatively easy to get on. Like you just pick the date you want to go on. There's usually always at least one room available, and you go. Which was a nice model until they announced it was closing, and then everybody wanted to go. It would have been really nice to just always have it be a thing that's there, and it's always there, and you can just do it when you're able to do it.
Yeah, I mean that's what it seemed like to us not too long ago.
That's our plan. On May the 4th, so this is where the genesis of me wanting to go stemmed from. May the 4th of this year, Star Wars Day, I really started to, kind of, I got religious about celebrating Star Wars Day, and I was like having a moment where I'm like, it would be the pinnacle of my Star Wars life to go to the Halcyon, despite really not thinking it was something, kind of debating whether or not it would be worth the cost for us. And I was like, you know what? We have the money now. We are able to take off time, and I let Michaela know. I'm like, next year, 2024, our September trip, we're going to be going to the Halcyon. Like I'm committing to it. We're going to do it.
Then it's like, surprise!
Literally a week later.
Oh, a week
announced,
later.
Literally a week later. I'm like,
right.
We're doing this next year. And they're like, Star Wars closing this year, September, never again. And I was like, what? And then I was like, okay, well, we already have the cruise for this September. So I was like, well, maybe we can switch up the itinerary and, have a different September trip and include the Star Cruiser in it. And when they open up bookings, not that many people are going to call. There's plenty of spots available, so I'll just call early in the morning, and sure enough, we'll get something. And then the flood of 50,000 people all had the same idea and called the lines and flooded it, and it was hours of everything booked up within 4 hours of the reservations being open. No one could get to the lines, and it was like, well, that was it. It's the same thing that Molly and Alex had, where they're like, well, I guess that's it. Like, well, we're never gonna get to do this. And that's when I was like, like I had just committed. I was getting hyped to do it in 2024, and it felt like that didn't feel very fair to, like, the second I get excited about it is also the same time frame where they're like, oh, by the way, how you thought this would always be around? We just got looking at it, and we're actually gonna stop doing it now. And that's when I started to go to like lengths to being like, okay, I'm gonna program my phone to ping the reservation website. I'm gonna write a program that if the website has an available slot, I basically I use the word July, because when the website updates, it's gonna say, you know, June, July, August, September. So I just picked a word. I said I wrote I wrote code to ping the website every 10 seconds to refresh the page, and if it ever saw the word July, it would then, I wrote a function to automatically call the Star Cruiser and hit, I even wrote code to press the button on my phone so it would call the Star Cruiser hotline to make a reservation, and just in case I didn't hit the button to, like, you know, where it says like press 1 to make reservations, I counted down, and like the lady's spiel was like 17 seconds, and I said, so after 17 seconds of it ringing, press 1, just in case it happens when I'm still asleep. Like if it's at 9 a.m. and I'm still asleep, they'll call the hotline and press 1 and lock it in. So that happened. I went through a couple weeks before I even wrote this code. There was a couple times reservations would open up, and I would call the second I saw it, and the reservation would be gone. And that's when I kind of got the feeling that, like, oh, there's 1,000 other sharks in the water waiting for blood. And I also found out that other people had written, you know, like, you know, checks and stuff to try to grab the spot as early as it popped up, and they're not able to get anything. And that's when I was like, okay, this isn't going to work. The only reason it worked was because I was just sitting at work, and my phone starts ringing. Like ringing like I'm calling someone, and I'm like, oh my god, it's automatically calling the hotline. Something opened up, and I checked the calendar, and that's when it was a whole week, like 5 days of voyages, or 5 different voyages, all opened up back to back, and a bunch of them still went by really quick. I was on hold for 30 minutes, and when I talked to the lady, she's like, this is the last spot for June 20th. Like, we have 1 room left, and I was like, I will take it. So even with 5 spots opening up, like 5 voyages, which is 5, let's see, that's 100 rooms, that's 500 rooms opening up. And I still almost missed it. With 500 rooms, like, being a chunk, and no one was expecting these rooms to open up too, so that's just randomly catching everyone off guard. Even 500 rooms almost wasn't enough for us to be able to have enough leeway to have a spot. So it was very much a 1 in a million thermal reactor torpedo shot.
Those people are probably like, how in the world did, like, we just opened these spots and then suddenly, like, you were here. Like, how did,
well,
how did you
they opened those spots because they had those spots locked away for, I think I told you before, they guessed that it already, like, say you had a cruise in December. Well, your cruise is canceled now. We set aside these dates, we blacklisted them so that we can kind of shuffle people around. So maybe there wasn't exactly 500 rooms. They could have been slightly full from other passengers. But the point is that, like, everyone called, like the 50,000 people called at 7 a.m. on the 26th because we all knew that that's when bookings reopened. But, like, this popped up randomly. Like, no one knew that these 5 voyages were going to pop up. And even then, enough people were watching to flood the lines that, like, I just barely squeaked in with a open spot. So yeah, it was very, almost, I mean, it wouldn't have happened if I hadn't have programmed my phone to call the helpline. I would have been sitting at my desk, and, like, I wouldn't think to refresh the calendar if I didn't program code to refresh the calendar and watch it in the background for me, because I'm doing work, right? So what would have happened is I would have been on the Reddit and seen the post on the Reddit where someone said 5 voyages just opened up, and then 30 seconds later they literally posted, and they're gone.
They're just like, the Reddit,
and
just like some asshole named like, Jared took it.
I would have been like, well, yeah, because people were like, some guy said he had, like, multiple phones out. He said, like, I had, like, 2 phones calling at different times, and another family member trying to call and, like, still wasn't able to get it. And, like, I read, like, there was, like, 80 posts on this Reddit post when these 5 voyages opened up about people talking about how even these 5 voyages weren't enough to allow them to get a spot. I'm just sweating. I'm like, I can't believe I just got, like, this. Like, that was, it was very clutch. Because it's like seeing all the other people that, like, it felt, I don't feel good seeing that other people didn't get the spot, but realizing how close it was, like, to not get the spot.
Had to be someone.
Yeah, but
survival of the fittest out there.
More people didn't get the spot. More people are not getting the spots than are getting the spots. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. But you took it from someone that doesn't hasn't even
I didn't-
seen the prequels.
I didn't- Yeah, it probably. It's the people that I saw. I saw one guy saying he booked 4 different spots. You know, people are like, I haven't been able to book anything. Like, I'm so distraught. I'll never be able to experience this. And then, like, a post down, some guy will be like, I managed to book 3 of the spots, like, before they close in September. I'm so glad I get to go 3 different times. And I'm like, that's at least just go once. Like, let 2 other people experience it. It's like, and it was a guy that had been before. And it's like, I get that you like people really like this experience, but if you've been before, don't nab up 3 of the spots and then like keep it from other people. Like, I wouldn't do that. Even if Michaela and I mean, we could. Michaela and I could try to get another spot, and we could afford it. We could take the time off, but it's like, I don't want to do that. I want to allow as many people to see it as possible. Yeah, I'm selfish enough to want to do it myself, but not selfish enough to like take additional spots from other people. But yeah, it's like, I really hope Alex and Molly get to do it. Like, I was thinking about them a lot the whole time.
Yeah,
And, like,
I don't. Unfortunately, I
If
don't
anyone
think.
deserves.
I literally like. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about them. They can. The really reason they didn't do it. They have the free time because I'm pretty sure that's his job, right? Like,
yeah,
that's how
they
he makes
probably
a
have the
living.
money too. I'd like
the
to
thing
think
that he said just was too expensive.
Oh, okay, maybe
And
they don't have
and
them.
I can understand that because I'm they look like they're getting by pretty okay.
Yeah.
And that's from running a podcast and a YouTube channel, which isn't easy. But I mean, like, you feel really pretty blessed if you can get by that way. But they're not making enough to probably go to a 5K whatever.
I know
experience.
some Star Wars podcasters, at least a couple Star Wars podcasters I know that went, and
Yeah,
I think
well,
went more than once.
Star Wars Explained is
others
not as popular as like Star Wars Theory because he's too
No, not Star
rational
Wars Theory.
and too kind.
Star Wars Theory was too busy making rage bait videos. I'm like, oh lol, fuck this place. Look at all the cheap.
Like,
Even Ecker's Ladder was in on the like, lol, Disney's failure. Like, everyone come look at the Titanic of Star Wars ships.
huh?
Yeah, Ecker's Ladder did a ton of like red circle clickbait. Like, uh-oh, this is bad.
That's weird.
Yeah, no, Ecker's Ladder, I got the vibe. Once he started bashing, like, modern canon and saying how much he liked Legends, I was like, oh. And then I unsubscribed. Yeah, Ecker's Ladder has done more and more of the, like, Kathleen Kennedy sucks, Disney is ruining Star Wars stuff. And I don't know if that's because he's making more money that way or if that's his genuine feelings. But if you look up Halcyon Star Cruiser videos, obviously all the videos are Star Wars Explained, not Star Wars Explained, Star Wars Theory, or Ecker's Ladder, or people bashing it. Very few of the videos on YouTube are people that actually went there and are uploading their experience, just because those don't get a lot of views.
I'm trying to think about what else he said. Explained said about doing it. I think he said, like, I mean, I can understand this because you guys are different in this way, but you guys really like going to Disneyland and World. But he said that they're not really big theme park people as much as like other.
I know he liked to. I was waiting for him to go to Galaxy's Edge, and like he talked about how much he liked going to Galaxy's Edge, and like
have they not done that? I mean, like
they did.
Okay, they did.
That's what I said. I was waiting for them to, and then I remember seeing his social media about them enjoying themselves at Galaxy's Edge and having the milk.
That's a lot more accessible than.
Well, it's also up his alley, It's not like going to Epcot, it's Star Wars Land. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of also wondering, like, would he role play? Like, is he into like live action role playing? I know he really liked doing Mustache Squadron for Star Wars Squadrons, where he grew a mustache and like got to pretend to be a Biggs, Biggs Starklighter style pilot.
Yeah.
But he could have fun with that on the Star Cruiser. Grow a mustache and be like a Biggs aficionado, just like Biggs Starklighter's this guy's hero. And like, I think that'd be a fun character. Like the whole reason he has a mustache is, everyone's obsessed with Luke or Wedge, and he's like Biggs Starklighter's the hero of the rebellion.
He like has he's part of the Biggs Darklighter fan club, and he's like
people on the ship would go nuts over that.
We have
like,
T-shirts. This is the only one.
Yeah. There was a guy on the ship First Order because he was an avian environmentalist, and he was upset at all the environmental devastation being done by porgs being introduced everywhere, and the how atrocious, like how the porgs are an invasive species. It was great.
Pages reveal your doom.
And Molly does cosplay. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like they'd be able to do outfits and stuff.
He definitely wanted it, but I mean, like,
I don't know where they live. They might live in a more expensive.
he's not as devastated as you were when
This
you
knowledge heals me.
I mean, I know
from
Molly
your
was. Molly was.
fever.
Well, I mean, Molly was
remember
more
her
just like,
posting
well, there
about
goes
it.
that.
Yeah, she was pretty upset.
Yeah, she was looking for like. Yeah, I think she was legitimately upset because she posted about it several times about like, this should not be closing. This sucks. But yeah, I mean, if they can't afford to go, I would not recommend someone spend their life savings to do it. And I know a lot of people did. They're like, I have $5,000. It costs $5,000.
I return.
And people that like took out debt, credit card debt. I mean, we even talked to someone and they expected that that's what they did. Or that's what we did. We were talking, I think it was our Uber driver. There's something that's like, yeah, you know, when experiences like that come up and you like want to value doing something that you'll never get to do again, like, yeah, max out those credit cards by all means. Like, this is once a lifetime. And we're like, we actually didn't have to do that. Like, we had the money set aside. We're not going into debt for this. Which again was another blessing, because that would have also been another tragedy if we were like, it closed and it's like, well, we could have done it next year if we had the money, but we can't do it now. We were fortunate to have the money and the time to do it. Though the bank did almost keep us from being able to do it, because when I was calling on the line and we had the reservation, and she's like, we have one for the 20th. I was like, good. Okay, here's my card information. Let's lock it in. And she was like, in a more professional manner, she's like, your card's being declined. And I was like, no. And I called the bank, and the bank's blocking the transaction.
Oh yeah.
And
at that point you're just like cold sweat, like.
I was like, this is one of those things where it's like a fixed point in time. Like, Jared does not go on the Star Cruiser.
Yeah.
It's like every time you try to do something, you're like, like my phone battery dies as I have the reservation on the line, no matter how many times.
It's gotta happen.
It's just gotta happen. And I was like, I thought it was because I had moved the money from our savings or our checking account to our savings, because I had a ton in checking and I moved it. It's like, I didn't leave $5,000 in there, so like we're short the money. They can't. And sure enough, that was the case. We didn't have 5,000. But when I moved money from savings to checking, I was like, oh, this money won't be available for 24 hours. And I'm going to have to hang up the call before then. Like, that spot's going to go to someone else. They won't just let me sit for 24 hours. But, like, this lady I was on the phone with was, like, she was devastated, too. She was, like, super upset because she could tell I really wanted to go. And they had call logs showing that I had called trying to get a spot before. And she was so excited when she thought I finally got it. She's like, oh, my God, you did it. Like, there's a spot. Like, you can actually get to go. And I was like, yes. And, like, when, like, she would have waited 16 hours. I'm fully confident. It took me all day to work out the banking information. I put her on hold. I'd take her off full hold and give her updates. I was so afraid eventually she'd be like, I gotta go service other people. I'm sorry, we can't wait. The whole reason that, like, I was able to sort through all the banking fiasco was because she was dedicated to making sure that we got the spot.
Well, but does she? But she's not just like your personal agent. She does have other people that she's got to deal with.
There's
right?
probably other people. Yeah, there's probably other people at the call center for bookings for the Star Cruiser.
Because I'm thinking, I'm thinking she probably has had like 1,000 people that she's had to turn down, right?
She
found
told me that.
someone.
She said the worst part of her job is all the people every day where she basically has to say, "I'm sorry, the spot's already gone." And I mean, I guess on one, there wasn't really anyone else for her to help because this was like one of the last spots. So she's, anyone else that calls. There's other people though that pick up. I'm sure she wasn't the only one there at the phones. Anyway, the only reason that the bank was blocking it was because the transaction was so large that the bank was flagging it as fraudulent. So I had to call PNC while she was on hold. Luckily, at no point did the call get disconnected. If my call was disconnected and I had to call again, that would have been the end. Which did happen with PNC. They put me on hold while they called their credit card fraud number to clear the transaction, and then I went back to the Starline number to give her an update, and then when I went back to the PNC line, they had hung up.
Oh.
So I had to go through the whole process over again with PNC, and I was like, no.
No, stay.
Yeah, I was the second time. I just sat, but did not put them on hold at any
This
point.
is all at work, right? Though, like, do people
I'm at
need
work,
you?
yeah.
Or
No, I'm outside of my cubicle and I'm pacing back and forth in front of the window.
people are
It took
thinking
2 hours.
that like someone's like just gotten like a car accident or something, and you're like,
No,
no,
it
I'm
was-
just
it was
trying
a-
to get into Disney World.
No, it was a slow day at work, but it did. The call took 2 hours. It was 30 minutes on hold until I could talk to the Star Cruiser lady, and then like an hour and a half of like fighting like a boss level to get past the bank. They gave me a 24-hour temporary extension because technically the bank will only let you spend $5,000 a day, and anything past that is fraudulent. So I got them. They said for this they'd give me a 24-hour extension to spend more than $5,000, and I was like, thank you. And then I called the lady back on the Star Cruiser, and I was like, okay, it appears that this is what happened. They said they gave me a temporary ability to make this payment, and I was like, try it again. And she tried it, and we were like holding our breaths, and it was like a long delay, and she's like, it went through. And it was like we both celebrated for a long time.
Through.
It did it. And then it was just a case of, making sure everything else was in order, our other reservations like Oga's Cantina and stuff. And then, yeah, it got locked in, and then it was a week and a half of preparing. We already had outfits from our Galaxy's Edge trips the few times we've been there, or the couple times, so there was still a lot of stuff to prepare. And then obviously we wanted to, paint Michaela's droid and like go on. Like we wanted this to be like the spare droid events. Again, I paid extra for the extra photo session, and there was nothing that we wanted to do that we didn't do just because it was the only time we were gonna be there. That's why we bought as many pins as we did. It was like if there was a pin there and we liked it, like we're never going back. So like we're gonna get the pin. But yeah, it was an emotional roller coaster to be like at the start of May, wanting to go, then having it closed, then feeling like I'm still going to be able to get a spot because I'll just go in September, and then having all the spots go away, and then feeling like, oh, I'll just call when someone cancels, that'll be easy, and then like finding out that that's what everyone was doing, so that's not working, and everyone, like Mom kept telling me to just let it go. She's like, you're getting psychotic about this, and just stop. Michaela didn't like. Yeah, Michaela was. Every time I got super excited because I was like, oh my god, there's an opening, and I'd try to call, and then I would come back into the room, and just something was gone, and it would just like it got difficult. Just like to feel, because it's like I just wanted to get it out of the way. I'm like, the second I get it locked, if I just know I have a reservation, I don't have to worry about it anymore. It's like I got a spot and I can just calm down now. But the kind of the limbo period of like you could have a spot if you get lucky enough, but if you don't get a spot, you're gonna keep trying until September. And I was like, I don't want that to be my life until September. Like, I want to just kind of get the spot and then not have to worry about it. But yeah, I mean, Michaela was saying even on the ride back that it was like it would have been a quintessential like Star Wars message of like everyone saying like just give up, like don't, like just stop hoping because you're never gonna be able to beat it, and then distance and like continuing to hope to make it happen eventually paid off.
And programming your phone.
Because I was persistent, like I thought smart about it. Like I want to, like what is the way to most opportunely increase my odds? I don't think being dumb about it would have been smart.
I don't think being dumb about it would have been smart.
Would have been smart. No.
Close.
There's other people that would just. I was on the Reddit community seeing what other people were doing, and there were people saying that they were just calling every 10 minutes. And in my head, I'm like,
that's not
just
good enough.
Just automate that. But people were saying by the time you see the calendar opening, someone's already nabbed it, because there are people not waiting for a calendar opening. They're calling 10 minutes before the calendar's update by the chance that there's an opening. But then they'll grab the opening before anyone even sees that an opening was there to begin with. And that's the moment where I was like, oh, this program I've written won't even work, because by the time it calls, the program will see that there was an opening, but so many people aren't even waiting for the calendar update. They're just calling constantly. So they're going to grab any openings before the calendar even updates to say there was an opening.
Yeah, but like, what are the odds that they're going to hit it when there's an opening? That's like...
They do, though. So many people are doing it that it's like, yeah, the odds are low for you, but it's like, what are the odds someone's going to win the lottery? Like, really low, but like, someone's going to win it. It's thousands of people all wanting to do this at the same time.
Feel bad for whoever's setting this up.
What?
Feel bad for all the people who are like getting a bazillion calls trying to get all these people in before it closes.
Yeah, it's...
it's going to get even worse the closer you get, because people are going to be like, let's just go.
I was thinking it might start to drop off, because the people that are really persistent, like myself, will have already gone. It's like, I'm now out of the running. Like, I'm not competing for those spots anymore.
Because it depends when they can get their free time.
Yeah, I do anticipate it's probably going to be a high-stakes game all the way until September for openings. Just because anyone that initially nabbed one of those spots is going to covet it. People aren't going to cancel unless they really have to. The only reason that those 5 dates opened up wasn't because enough people canceled. It was just because Disney had blocked those dates off and then just reopened them. And they didn't announce ahead of time that they were reopening them, which caught everyone off guard, which upped people's chances of getting a spot, because it was kind of like a surprise. Like, oh my god, like a ton just opened up randomly. Which again, it was a mixture of things that led to us getting a spot. The fact that I automated to call right when my phone noticed an opening, and the fact that so many openings opened all at once. Those two things was what made the perfect shot stick. If I had just made my phone ping the Star Cruiser line at the right time, that wouldn't have worked. And if 5 spots had opened up all at once, but I didn't program my phone, that wouldn't have worked, because I would have missed it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it was definitely the most, probably the highest stakes thing I've ever had a success in my life, to the equivalent to where I probably felt the same chemicals in my head that winning the lottery, like people experience when they win the lottery. Because it was that same sort of like, everybody wants this, and that's why it's not going to happen for you, because everybody equally wants it.
Well, you were born in Vegas.
Yeah, that's I didn't even think about it that way.
Don't actually gamble anymore.
No. I do feel like we probably appreciated it more than like a lot of, because like they're getting spots that are like, they're not really into it, but they just want to try it out, but they still are taking a spot from someone else.
That's kind of what I was saying.
Yeah, like we're definitely the target demographic. Like, we're in the financial bracket to where we can comfortably do it. We're super into, like, that's like our dream vacation. It was made for us. It would have been a tragedy if, like, this existed at one point in time, but we missed it because of weird circumstances.
This knowledge shields me from your feeble attack.
I'm pretty sure this is how people talk in like those completely true books about like dying, going to heaven, and then coming back. Yeah. Like, this is what it was like.
Kylo Ren was there.
Kylo Ren was there. You wouldn't believe it, but he was there.
Now, my chapter ends.
Oh. Ah, dang it. Do I want this?
Oh, Mom did also tell us yesterday, because we took them to go get your McDonald's.
Yep.
After we got home from the airport.
Combo trip.
Yeah, she was saying that there was still some question in your mind whether or not we were actually still doing the cruise in September.
I assumed so. I mean, like, I
hope so. I was like, I tried making I tried making it clear that we were not canceling that in
Yeah.
favor of doing our vacation.
But
Yeah.
she was likely thinking about it because I've been thinking about it in respects to how to ask for.
So the thing is, on our end, I need to make the final payment, like $3,100 or something, by the 27th. So that's in like 2 days. I think I can probably still cancel after I make the final payment. I'll probably do that tomorrow, or I guess in the morning. I could have made it a long time ago, honestly. I was just focused on the Star Cruiser. So that's what will fully lock in our reservation. To ask for the time off, this is a trip that was arranged before your employment, prior to you being assigned to that site.
We could say prior to me being assigned to the site, yeah.
Yeah, I've had officers in that same situation where they were like, I have a week-long cruise. Like, I scheduled it well in advance before I had this position. And, like, you can't do anything about that. Like, as an employer, I have to say, it's not a case of, like, well, you gotta cancel it. It's a case of, well, I guess I'm gonna have to fill your spot then.
Listen, the site that I work at
is the same site Michaela worked at. And she
Yeah.
asked for a week off, and she said it was no problem whatsoever.
I guess as much as I'd like it, but it's like literally I was thinking about it on Friday, and I came in and he took me to the side, and I didn't even bring it up, and I was thinking about bringing it up, but before I could, he wanted to talk to me about if I wanted some overtime, because he's like, people want off on the 4th. Right?
Yeah.
He's like, everyone wants off on the 4th and I can't fill.
Yeah.
He's like, I got no one. And then he says people want off on the 5th, on the 14th through 16th as well, and I can't fill that. And I'm thinking, how's he gonna handle a fucking week?
Here's what that's about. The reason why he can't fill the 4th is
because it's so
everybody. Not only that, but it's because everyone wants the 4th off. The dates you're taking off aren't some holiday. It's a date that, like, not everyone's going to want off at the same time. He's going to have other people working those days.
The 14th through the 16th, he says that's another thing that he wants to do.
On September?
No, but I'm just saying that my site has 2 employees per shift.
Mm-hmm.
2.
I know, but here's another thing. That site can have flex officers thrown at it.
Yeah, I know.
Not every site has that. Very easy. Just get a flex officer, have them throw the car around. What you should have done, and what you can still do if you had agreed to take those overtime hours, is strategically use that as bargaining. But don't do it in a way perceived as you bargaining. A tactical way to do it, if you require time off, and you're being asked to cover someone else's time off, you could say something like, he's like, I need you to cover this guy, he needs time off. And you'd be like, oh, I'm going to need some time off in September, so it's only fair that I, cover someone else's shift now.
But I'm not going to do that.
Should,
no.
That accomplishes 2 things.
No.
It plants in his head, Kyle's going to need time off in September. And it also lets him know Kyle is going to help out with overtime in the meantime, which will make him more likely to give you your time off in September, because he's like, you've been so helpful helping other people get off.
Look,
why is that a bad?
Because it means that I have to work overtime.
Oh, you're not taking the overtime.
No, I'm not taking the overtime. He just asked me to take it, and I was, because I don't. No. I mean, like, you have to take overtime to get time off. Does not.
You don't have
to. No, I'm saying I don't want to do that. Raid, thank you so much for the raid.
Sure look good. That's
is
what
it
I
Savage
would have done,
Gent?
but...
Well, I'm not going to do that. But but I'm saying that it shouldn't be mandatory. Like, I shouldn't have to.
It's strategic.
I get that it's strategic. I thought about it. All right, I'm that smart, but I'm not going to do it.
What are you gonna do instead?
I'm going to hope, and if I don't get it, I guess we cancel. Just period. I mean, that's the only really way we can do it.
When were you planning on?
Well, I was planning on doing it Friday, but then that came up. you know. Sound alerts and everything are
Yeah,
gonna
well,
work
again,
right
that
now,
would have
guys.
been a
I'm
good
on my
opportunity
computer
to be like,
for the first time today.
I can
don't have
use this
anything
lever
for that.
to bolster my position.
Plus, me taking like 1 or 2 days OT does not match up to needing a week OT. So, it's not even on the same page.
No, it's not because it mathematically equals the same amount. It's from a you're doing all you can sort of position.
Look,
like
look,
obviously,
think
the guy doesn't need more than 2 days.
Think about this.
So,
Think about this from a like I'm at the place where I am because of pure circumstance and technically just force of will. I shouldn't be here. I was supposed to be at my previous site, you know? Like, at that site, I would have gotten that week off because of all the employees. I shouldn't even be here right now, but I am. That's another thing that I think they gotta think about.
most people are.
I'm okay, some Wi-Fi issues, but I fixed it. How's the stream looking, by the way? Like, good, bad? I need some feedback because I'm, you know, new settings and all that. Quality is good, nice. Yeah, because I was going 1080 and the internet kind of suffered, so just for now I'm gonna go 720. But yeah, my new computer. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Yeah, my new tower PC. I haven't had one since what 2019, I think. New like 27-inch monitor. So but I don't like. I look very bare bones now. No fancy border or anything on my, because, you know, I don't have it set up. But I will later. You know, it's on mobile, it looks good on mobile. That's good. I hope everyone's on mobile. Yeah, why is Discord so quiet? Hold on. Let's see, sound. It's Global Beatles Day. Oh, hello.
Hi, I just noticed that I could see you talking, but couldn't see me talking.
Yeah,
What's the last thing you heard?
I don't know, you were saying that my idea was stupid, I think.
Well, I was just saying that I would have seen an opportunity in.
No, I saw the opportunity. I saw it. Nice, and your daughter. Have a good sleep. I saw the opportunity there. But like, I wasn't just going to assign myself to that. I mean, like, the way I see it, it's like, yeah, this is, you know, prepaid, and I shouldn't have to earn it by working OT. It's like, but I also wasn't going to bring it up at that point. That would have been really stupid. That would have been, like, peak stupid to bring it up at that point.
Not if you played it into, you know, a.
But I don't have to. All right, my idea is smarter because I don't have to. At least I hope I don't. We'll see. Because it's not until, like, you know, September, and that's still 2 months away. Isn't it end of September? Like 3 months.
I think it's the 25th.
Yeah. Okay.
Obviously, you'll need a day before, you know.
Yeah.
You don't want to cut it too close, though.
No,
like, I think
but-
2 weeks notice
but
is customary. But
It's
more
irritating. It's irritating me that I know that he wants to fill in within. You know, he wants to fill in for the 4th and then like 14th through 16th.
So Brian was also Michaela's supervisor.
Yeah.
Right? Supervisor has not changed. And she said that, you know, they just get flex officers if people need time off. She asked for a week off in the garden to go to Disney in 2019. No problem. Very similar situation. So, I don't know.
How long was she working there?
What?
How long was she working there?
At that point, not super long. Not entirely. I don't entirely remember.
it's not something I've ever done in my life, so. But obviously, also would be unpaid.
Yeah, if you've been working with the company for a year, it would be paid, but yeah.
But I mean, like, it's not really that hard of a thing to teach a flex officer.
No, flex officers are already trained in controlling. I mean, Michaela had people covering the yard, and that's difficult position.
Ugh. I do adjust my volume levels on things. I didn't grab a lot of my assets. My volume levels are different. I have a lot of stuff to move and change. Set up. I really can't delay about it anymore. Ugh. It's amazing how much of a difference there was between plugging in this Wi-Fi dongle to one output and then the other.
One of them is probably a 2.4 gigahertz.
No, it's 5.
It was probably 5.
Yeah, I mean, it was just night and day.
Yeah, it's probably because you found the 5 one and you're running, you're trying to connect to a 5 gigahertz network.
Yeah, cause it was pretty much like, it was hopeless at that point. It was pretty much just entirely hopeless. And so I was making dinner, talking with Jacob, and I was like, because I had given Jacob the keyboard and mouse that came with the computer, because I was like, I don't need one. So like just straight up, probably like a freaking $80 deal maybe, because it's like a $40 keyboard, $40 mouse maybe, you know?
Yeah.
I was like, you can just take these, because I already have them. So, I did that, but I was like, it's like, wait a minute, did you open the box that the keyboard came in? It's the only other thing that thing that, arrived with the computer that was in a box, and Jay's like, nah, I haven't, and I'm like, I just ran upstairs, I was like, man, they could package it with the keyboard, like, because it's like, why would you just want to put it in its own separate little box? So, open up, I was like trying so hard to just tear open the box. I was like, it's gotta be in here. And lo and behold, this little pen looking thing falls out. And I'm like, hey, that's gotta be it. Dad said there should have been 2, but I was like, I don't really understand why you need 2. But he says I still should probably get 2.
Yeah, it would definitely use.
It's working for now, so whatever. Because, like, I downloaded all of ESO and Overwatch without this thing. And so my connection was like 1 bar. 2 later on. So I took all night downloading ESO. If you experienced lag, sorry. And then all of Overwatch. I'm like, God, this is taking so long. I know they're big games, but I didn't get to do my USP stream because, yeah, I was setting everything up. Seems like aliens or something doing a weird weapon dance and glowing with an aura of spiritual lightning. And I have no idea what they're doing. I can't reach them, they're just up there. So I'm not going to talk about the main story or anything for Necron, but I've been thinking about it because, you know, we just finished it like 9-10 hours, probably longer than it takes most people. But, you know, I was doing it, and even though, you know, I did have the big spoil, I was kind of trying to think of it from a perspective of not having it. Like, what would I think? What would Kyle think? It's enjoyable either way, obviously, but I'd probably put it. I mean, like, overall, I'd put the main quest like up there with Somerset. Maybe the most interesting main quest out of the chapters. So I put it. I made a ranking list and I put it up there with Somerset. I went to go check out, I don't know, maybe I was like tired or something, but I just randomly decided to Google people's perspectives on the main quest and stuff. Really grumpy non-ESO players everywhere. And I'm like, God, that's right, that's why I don't Google shit. That's why I don't Google this. This is like I want to talk to every single one of them personally, right? And it's kind of like, it's like that feeling you get where you're like, I just want to converse with you personally and let you know about all the things that you're kind of getting wrong here.
I don't. Again, it's like, what if I tried to go convince everyone that wants to lull at the start
But the thing is, so it's like, I
talk
don't know.
to 5 billion people.
I have a compulsion to teach, not because it's like I want to be like, look, I know more than you. It's more like I want to show like that you're looking at this wrong, and because you're looking at it incorrectly, you're just hurting your perspective on it and not able to enjoy it.
But if they cared about that, if they cared about honest engagement, they wouldn't just default to. Obviously, their goal is to.
I need healing.
I think they're like, but they're genuinely upset. They're not making an act to get attention. They're
They're probably easily offended.
Maybe.
And we were waiting at the airport. There was a girl in front of us also waiting on the same flight. An overweight, balding guy next to her, who made some dumb comment about her legs or something, and then he starts to like get angry himself, even though nothing happened. He's like, I just want to check, like, because my wife's always saying I shouldn't say stuff like that. And he's like, did that offend you? Because, you know, the world's going in a direction, it's not getting better, and everyone's always getting offended by everything, and now I can't even look at a pretty girl and like talk about how I think she's beautiful. Just, he's like, did that offend you? And like, she's obviously trying to act busy and like, you know, like, no, you're fine. Luckily, by the grace of God, his flight got scheduled to a different terminal, so he had to get up and leave. And she was like, did you see that? Like, she was like breathing a sigh of relief. She's like, what was that? And like, the guy made some excuse. He's like, because, you know, I'm Italian, so I just say whatever's on my mind. And after he left, she's like, I'm Italian too. That's like, you can't just like say stuff like that. But he has like that demeanor where you can tell he's already upset in his own head about that. Oh, he's like, oh, this person's probably going to be offended that I'm sexualizing this stranger. And she's like, you don't just talk to strangers like that about their legs. Like, what the hell is wrong with you?
Fuck! What the hell?
It's just stuff like this happens in the wild all the time. And it's like, even Michaela said the second he started talking, you get the vibe, and it's like, oh no. You know, where he's like, the world's going to shit. You know, things are getting worse. Everyone's offended by everything nowadays. You can't even threaten to rape someone without them saying that they're scared.
I guess I take solace in your discomfort. Weirdo.
So annoyed with his wife, where he's like, my wife keeps saying I shouldn't be acting like this. Like, So yeah, you can't just go around being like, I will now make everyone act normally. Because, like, again, he was legitimately upset. He had made himself upset that the world was operating this way. The guy's insane. Like, obviously, he's, like, out of his gourd in terms of, like, how real humans interact with each other. He's probably a sociopath.
But it makes you sad.
I do not feel upset that he's upset. And you should feel
No,
upset
not upset that he's upset. Upset that... I mean, when you think about it, think about a timeline where, like, things went differently. Again, it's like, you know, just things went differently. He's a human being just like other people, and he was raised right with a brain.
He's Italian.
And so, like, you feel sad because you're like, you know, this could have gone different. It could have, things could have, like, if you were raised right, you could have been a nice person and a happy person. And stop it. And so, I mean, it's a thought that I have sometimes, like, where I see, like, people that, like, we have, as angry though as the world seems these days, and as tumultuous, you know, like, things were a lot more open and actively violent at times like World War II and whatnot. So I think I see two guys. I'm thinking, like, if these two people who are, like, part of a speedrunning community, you know, from two totally different countries or whatnot. It's like, if this was like the 1940s, there's a chance that you could have both been drafted into the military, taught to hate each other's guts, and potentially kill each other.
Or
in
like
this timeline, you were born
guy,
much later, and instead you speedrun Mario 64.
The guy who's like, strapping man would have been barbarian king 4,000 years ago selling couches.
Yeah, basically. I mean, basically, it's. But so you're just thinking like if things were different. I mean, and so you just can't help but like wish that they had this person had a different perspective. You know, it's like, one, you wouldn't be upsetting people, and two, you'd probably be happy.
It's also mature to realize what's in your control.
I get that it's not. Of course, it's not in your control, and that's why I didn't try to text everybody. It also take a lot of time, but it's also like you're being a negative influence on people all around you, and you know, it's like you're spreading misinformation. You know, that's something that you kind of be upset about, the spread of misinformation.
Not up to me to police everybody's thought processes. I mean, in your case, it's also a video game.
Yes,
so.
It's not a real thing. But here's the reason why I'm so big on teaching people things and not just representing. Like when I'm on the USP stream, I'm trying my best to not just make it a duplicate of my stream, but also add some education there because people are watching and it's a USP. So the reason I like to do it is because I see everything as a lot more enjoyable when you see it through a certain light. Like, you know, when you read about Necron's culture and architecture, and then you finally get to go there and see it, it adds a whole new, undescribable level of, you know, this was something that I knew about, and I get to finally see it. Or you're following a quest, and you're like, oh, I think I might know where this is going because I read a book a while ago that mentions this and that. So it can add to the excitement, and obviously spreading the misinformation or no information at all could harm that, or just not help that at all. So it kind of makes the experience. It's fun, right? ESO is fun if you don't even know anything, and maybe even people prefer to not know stuff because it's like, oh, it makes you feel like the world's bigger than it is. But I think it adds a lot of excitement, and like you're like, okay, this is a reference to this, which is a reference to that, and you can see where this would come into play in the overarching scheme of things, and it makes you think more about the game, and therefore you get a lot more immersed. So therefore, I just think that it's cooler to know stuff.
It's a great teacher. I just think it's cooler.
I just think it's cooler to know stuff. Quote that.
It's radical to knowledge.
To know things. So like, I mean, in the thrill kind of comes back whenever there's a new DLC that has something that you've never seen before. Like nostalgia DLCs are fun. Solitude's fun to see again. Vivek City or Leowen, but it's like when you get the stuff that is new that Zos has got to make from like the ground up, except for maybe a few descriptions or whatever, like Necrom. That's where the real, I think, thrill comes in, because you're like, this is new to me. It's the there's like an excitement and a fear when it comes to like the unknown, because you're like, you know so much. It's like, I don't know this, and when you don't know something, it's like I want to delve into it as much as possible, which is kind of why I'm slow doing DLCs and I take my time doing quests, is because I don't want that feeling to go away so quickly. And I like the thrill of not knowing things, and there's always things I don't know because the franchise is so massive. I probably know. If like a computer analyzed my brain and said I know 50%, I would be impressed with myself with 50%. It's like, 50% of Elder Scrolls lore, I'd be like, oh, okay. That's actually, that's way over what I thought I knew.
Well, I mean, there's different tiers, broad strokes lore. Obviously, you probably know everything there is to know about the general overarch.
Maybe, yeah, I'd say that generally. I'm kind of a kindergarten, maybe a first grade teacher when it comes to lore. But hey, it's something. But even that makes it fun. I think because you'll see things that are exciting, and you're like, is this a reference to this, or is it just a coincidence or whatnot? And not saying anything about the details of the main quest, but I think that knowledge would be. I think knowledge plays a large part in how one might feel about the main quest of Necrom. Not saying like, oh, you're like, oh god, if I don't know anything, am I gonna enjoy it? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like, thinking you know something, but you don't actually know something, and then therefore, if that comes to you and you're like, this is stupid because you thought you knew something, but. So it's not really saying not. I think you're gonna have a lot of fun not knowing, like maybe even not knowing anything about those scrolls are a lot of fun. But if you think if you're just assuming you know stuff, and then like reality opposes your assumption, then and you immediately go out of universe and blame the writers, the lore masters.
I mean, they should know.
That's where. I think the problem lies. Yeah. Okay. Let's make it. Let's use the Dwemer as like a placeholder, right? Let's use the topic of the Dwemer disappearing as a placeholder, I guess. And like, how would you use that? You'd just be like. It is a bit of a sacred topic, I guess. To cover that. Yeah, it's kind of a sacred topic. God, there's so many tome shells floating around here. I'm trying to think of something that like not really don't really know how I would put it. Yeah, the drummer will always be a mystery, but in terms of using as an example, because I can't imagine, obviously I can't imagine ESO ever saying anything about the drummer, right? And there's nothing that you can really, there's not like a solid fact. Well, it's the whole drummer thing is so obviously shrouded in mystery that I don't think it really will fit this example, because no one claims to know everything about that. No, I don't think. I hope not. I mean, I think even some
multiple Reddit posts where people are like, of course the door, like we already know this. It's just old news, and like it's
okay. All right. Then we'll use that. All right. So say that there's some really strong theory to the point where people treat it as fact that the Dwemer all got teleported to a Chuck E. Cheese. So that's canon. The Dwemer all went to a Chuck E. Cheese, and so then ESO comes out and is like you know, obviously like, and then they reveal really something like big about the Dwemer. It's like nothing to do with Chuck E. Cheese, and everyone's like,
why wouldn't it be? If
everyone's like, what? The Dwemer went to Chuck E. Cheese. What is this? You know, that's kind of along the lines of people get a little bit too tied up in maybe what they think they know is true and right and consistent, and so when something maybe goes against that, they're like, hey, no, you don't know what you're doing. That's the same general vibe.
Okay, but this whole franchise is like dumb in terms of fan competency.
Yes.
You know, it's...
And it was frustrating going to the video and seeing it. And, you know, I did get the huge thing spoiled, but I didn't get the details of where the Chuck E. Cheese is spoiled, I guess. If we're using the same analogy, right? Which I guess just has completely fallen apart by now. But I didn't get the details of, like, some stuff spoiled. So getting that revealed has made me really think about this big plot point for Necrom, and which obviously will be remained unspecified for probably 2 more weeks. I'll give it time. But I mean, like, when are you gonna do it? You can just sit down and play ESO. But like it's definitely something that I'm open to as a lore nerd, and it's something that ESO has honestly laid breadcrumbs for about two years. That I think that might have gone over people's heads, but they definitely have kind of nudged people in the direction. I think Star Wars does that too, where you kind of nudge your consumers towards that direction so it's a little bit more acceptable.
Yeah. Like the world between worlds.
Yes. But I mean, yeah, and there's a lot of places. So Necrom, this is not a spoiler. They've mentioned this before. Necrom is literally just the beginning of what could be 2 to 3 years of story, right? It's the first chapter. Will the other chapters beat it? I honestly can't think of any way they could. But it's really well done. I'm really interested to seek. Well, I guess I can't say that, but a lot of the things that I mean, I spent half a year, literally like half a year, theorizing about things in this DLC, and so I could see things that like thematically made sense, but like they're never really brought up. I don't think. I haven't done all the quests. But in the main quest, some things that seem thematically definitely not coincidental just aren't brought up, so I'm guessing it's probably supposed to be just like very subtle thematic display, I guess. Like, for example, let's see, like, I mean, I guess I guess it could be said that, you know, like my whole because everyone knows that Perrite's involved, so it's not really a big thing. Perrite, I was like, okay, well, is Perrite here because of Necrom, right? Does he have anything to do with, like, the Necropolis? Is he here because of, you know, he's very associated with death because it's part of the natural order or anything? Not really. I mean, they don't really cover that, but thematically it makes sense. Like, it feels appropriate for him to be there. Like, it feels like it fits snugly like a puzzle piece, but they don't, like, say it, I guess. And honestly, I kind of like it that way because I don't like having my hand held all the time, which ESO does way too much already. So, thematically, I think it works great poetically, where, like, you're just sitting there thinking about it, you're like, that was a great choice, because I think he works so well here as opposed to other Daedric princes. So yeah, that works. And I haven't done a lot of side quests which could drop some lore. Literally, that delve that I just spent probably 2 hours in or more because I was grinding. There were some books in there that, like, they were just there. Like, there was a book on Fargrave. There's a book on perspectives on the Aelids. There was a book that was written by an Aelid. I thought it was pretty cool. None of them. Well, I guess maybe 2 of them have something to do with the quest. Maybe because it looked like there was some Aelid stuff going on in there. But the Fargrave one, probably not. Though they were short. It's cool just that they're there. There's a lot of crossover from Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim theme stories, ideas expected, just didn't expect the trial to be like Shio's artifacts, right? Yeah, well, the trial also kind of seems like Shio's story and base game ESO as well. Kind of some recurring themes with that, except for the fact that it's not Shio in this case. But basically, like, I think we were talking about, like, a Shivering Isles DLC in the future, right? Gorn, obviously very leaning towards Sheogorath stuff, which made me think that they might want to wait longer because they don't like doing things too close to each other. But I think it should be said that this is Wes's voice actor for Hermaeus Mora and Sheogorath. Wes Johnson's, like, first ESO performance was this DLC, because honestly, he didn't voice Sheogorath in base game. I thought he did. I've been saying that he did. He did not. He's just a really good impersonator.
Sheogorath had voice actors.
Yeah. So I'm just thinking, if they've got Wes on call, because he really seemed to enjoy it a lot. He seemed to love this whole Necrom thing. He did so much advertising. He was, he was at the Vegas convention, just like really big on it. And so I'm thinking, if he's on call and really willing, then a Shivering Isles DLC can't be too far from here. I think that it works, and I think that it could be 2025 maybe, because I don't really know about going to Oblivion right after Oblivion. It might be a little bit of a oversaturation, but I don't see ESO coming and going without a Shivering Isles DLC. Just like how Apocrypha was also kind of a thing that just had to happen. So, but like I saw people complaining on YouTube about how the writers don't understand how realms are extensions of their princes and whatnot. It's just like literally the writers have mentioned that like probably 5 times over like live streams and stuff this year, and not only that, but they seem to really understand it because every time they design an extra bit of Oblivion or any other realm of Oblivion, they take that into account and they integrate it brilliantly. But they probably wouldn't know that because they probably don't play ESO. You feeling that Sanguine will never get a full story ESO expansion in the future? Plus, player games you've been treating them like Dwemer, very mysterious, but what they've been shared so far. I think about Sanguine. I think Sanguine is. He's considered, I think, to be like one of the weaker Daedric princes, and I think going into his personality and everything would be great, but he can't. I don't think he can be a threat. I think making Sanguine a threat would be a problem. But making Sanguine something else would be really interesting. Like an ally, but it would be really hard to pull off. I don't know. Actually, I have to think about this. I have to think about it. Because you could make him a threat. You could make him a threat if paired with the right threat. But he can't be the threat himself. I always say that Sanguine isn't really the danger when you're dealing with Sanguine. When you're dealing with Sanguine, the danger is yourself. He's mostly like a Daedric Prince of getting to your true nature and just kind of letting go. He doesn't mind control you. He doesn't dominate you. He lets you be you. And if you know your darker natures come out, if you have those darker natures, then you display them. And so that's all you. That's not him. So it's kind of like he can't really be the threat as much as someone that he's enabling as the threat. Yeah. Debauchery. It's always raining ink here. So much ink. Like, how does the water cycle work here? The ink cycle.
Apocrypha Weatherman. It's always raining ink here.
Exactly. It's always raining ink here.
How does the water cycle work?
Ink rain again. I feel bad beating up these watchlings. Why am I beating up these watchlings? Oh. But yeah, to be honest, so I wasn't really like a big Hermaeus Mora fan. I liked Hermaeus Mora's like vibe, you know, it's like I love books, right? So it's like he's kind of the go-to Daedric Prince for that. And
Why did you hate him?
I didn't. What did you say? Hate him?
Why did you hate him?
Why did you hate him? I didn't hate him. I was just like, well, I wasn't as interested in him because the Dragonborn DLC just didn't portray him as interestingly as Necron did, because you don't spend as much time in the Dragonborn DLC really dealing with anything that he's that particularly hyper concerned about, to the point where, you know, you see more of his obsession with knowledge. Well, I guess you see that in Dragon Ball DLC, but you see more of, like, I said Mora. His so this is something that they mentioned in the ads and stuff. So it's like, if it's mentioned in an ad, then I feel okay mentioning it. But like a part of the Necrom storyline is that there's a thing that Hermaeus Mora can't see and can't know.
Yeah.
And that obviously has an effect on the guy whose job it is to know things, right? He's like, if I'm not the smart guy, then who am I? Right? That's his thing. And it seems it's just, to some fans it might be like, you know, well, that you can't do that, that's going against his nature, but he's thinking the exact same thing, you know. It freaks him out, and so you get this range with Hermaeus Mora of this urgency and confusion that you don't get in the other games, where he actually feels like, you know, there's a threat, and he's like, what is going on? Because you do get kind of maybe a feeling of maybe just this little bit of an electric shock of excitement that he just doesn't know a thing, but but the thing is, though, it's like he has to know that he's going to know it, because leaving it unknown is not what he wants. But he definitely wants to be able to find things out, and that's part of the very beginning, and then it starts to kind of take a turn of like, after that it changes a little bit, but at the beginning he wants to know something that he can't see. And then the story kind of takes a different tilt as it goes on. But you do get to see his, like, I mean, because I don't think he ever, like, raised his voice at any point in Skyrim. But, like, he literally, like, there's a point where he, like, shouted at me. He shouted at me. And I was like, good lord. I'm so used to
sorry,
him.
I've had a very stressful day.
Basically, it's like you're not really used to that. But it also brings a feeling of, like, it brings this feeling of... Yeah, the very he doesn't act like that, so it's scary. It's the quiet one suddenly getting raising his voice at you. I mean, like he usually feels like he's in control of everything, right? You feel safe with Hermaeus Mora. He's the guy that knows these things and is like, you know,
knows things.
if he doesn't know that thing, then you're like, dude, if you don't know, I certainly don't know, you know. And but yeah, like I said, then after that, it becomes a very interesting. It goes in an interesting direction, but and I think it has a lot of replayability to it. Looking forward to doing more Apocrypha quests, seeing what they talk about and whatnot.
I hear it's all apocryphal.
It's all apocryphal. There's some stuff that I'm seeing that I don't know if it'll ever be a part of any quest or anything. That they just want to leave as a mystery, because it's kind of just Elder Scrolls want to leave it as a mystery. Like, okay, theorize about it, which is fun. But I'm also wondering if something I'm seeing is like, okay, well, is there a quest for this, and where is it? Because I want to talk about it, you know, like right now. But there are a couple things that if something confuses me in the Elder Scrolls and Star Wars or whatever thing I'm talking about, if something confuses me, I don't think it's constructive to immediately assume that it's a mistake, you know? I don't think it's constructive, and it's at the very least not constructive. But they do make a reference to like a pact that prevents Daedric princes from actually appearing in other Daedric realms. And I'm not entirely sure what qualifies as appearing. I guess you do have like in the Somerset main quest, you have literally Clavicus Vile and Naphala showing up in Nocturnal's realm, and they do show their power a bit, but is that really their, like, them at their full power, or is it them just kind of Skype calling, essentially? You know, or is it them, like, actually as themselves? I feel like maybe an argument can be made that it's not fully them, and it's just, like, more of a reflection of themselves, because the Daedric Prince at their full power would probably be able to do incredible damage into another's realm. And again, a realm is like an extension of like themselves, so it gets a little bit complicated at that point. You have a great night too. Thanks for stopping by. Because it's like at that point it's like what? Maybe you could see it as potentially merging with another being at that point. So, yeah, that becomes a point. It's like, okay, well, how does a prince go into another prince's realm? Meridia ends up literally putting a city in Cold Harbor, which is, you know, not her realm. So it's like, well, how is she doing that? That's also a question. But she's probably also not at full power. I am gonna die. I don't have any healing abilities here. Oh wait, hold on. This is good. Oh, that's not good. Meridia is also a really weird Daedric prince. You know, there's a lot of... If there were to be any exceptions to rules, I think maybe she would fit in there. Oh, this guy wants to go again. No, is he leaving? Dude, are you leaving? No? I don't know. Dang it! I think he might not want to leave because I'm here. But I'm okay with leaving. I'm okay with running. He can't do this. He can't do this. It simply can't be done. But see, I see a lot of like, sometimes there's like, you can make rational arguments for certain cases. I see people do it with Star Wars all the time. It's like, how did this happen? And, you know, you're like, well, maybe this happened. And it
That's what Pablo Hidalgo is really good at. Or that one guy that's keeping the holocron and just like, make stuff work.
I mean, like, for an argument for Meridia, I could say that, like, one, maybe she's not actually showing up in the realm at full power. If she was, you know, she probably would be trying to kick Mal's ass instead of actually just planting a city there. It's more like a bastion, I guess. On another note, she's a weird Daedra. Like, really weird. With potential, you know, origins of being a strictly magical being that actually helped create the universe and then decided to consort with Daedra and then got kicked out of the Angels Club for doing so. But it's like at that point, how much of her power is strictly kind of like Anuic, like we're talking more divine-esque ability instead of what you classically see from Daedra? I don't know. It's something that I think about. Oh wait, do I still have that other ability? Maybe I should use it. But I mean, like, so I think it makes sense for her. Damn it, he's doing it again. I don't know if any other Daedra Prince can pull it off. Also, we have like Daedra completely rejecting pacts all the time. They reject the Cold Harbor Compact like daily. Good lord. This is why I believe that the Cold Harbor Compact might actually not be a threat, but instead a bribe of sorts. It's easier to do something knowing that you're not going to get something than do something knowing you're going to get punished.
Yeah.
So I think that like Cold Harbor Compact is more like Sathasil saying, hey, like you'll get something. I don't really think it's a threat necessarily because we do see in the Somerset main quest, Nathala is not part of the Cold Harbor Compact. But I believe she ends up joining the compact like at the end of the Somerset main quest. Like on her own volition. She says, hey, I want to talk with Sathasil, and then they make an agreement. And I think it's heavily implied that's the same agreement as the compact. And so it's like, if you were a Daedra, would you go, hey, Clockwork God, could you threaten me really quick? I think it might be something else. Of course, they don't say that it's the same compact, but I mean, they even use the term compact, and it has to do with not getting involved, and so I'm going to assume it's probably the same. But I don't really know what it could be. But we see Dagon literally just goes against it like several times. Well, he goes against it twice before Sathasil's death. I don't know. Maybe he felt really safe doing it the third time. He was like, Sathasil's dead by this point. Useless. This is absolutely useless. Oh my god. Ah. Oh no, no. Oh man, that was not good. I was out of magic. Just swap on him. Don't die, 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 don't die. Oh my god, I'm such an embarrassment, man. These bosses are hard. Even on my main. Luckily he can't tell if I'm a noob or not. Noob or not. So I am a noob. I'm really happy with the addition of the mind terrors as well. Them going out of their way to create a danger from a realm that we've never seen before, you know? Like, here's like a danger from Quagmire, I mean, like, they got these designs, and they did not mess it up. Because honestly, they did good. I mean, like, I'm not scared of zombies, and, you know, even like things with sharp teeth or whatever. That's not what scares me. Mind terrors scare me. They're just weird. Like, they're actually to the point where it's like they're like a SCP backwards entity, and that's the kind of stuff that I find creepy. So I'm really glad they got that directly. Ah shit! I hate this face. Ow. If he dies, I'm out. Oh, he's like 2-4-16. What the frick? I thought he was. For some reason, I thought he was new. Oh man, way higher than my highest. I've been humiliating myself from this view.
I'd like to be asleep by 4.
Okay.
But yeah. Have a good night.
Night.
Bye.
Bye. Just us now, guys. Just us. Are you disappointed? Got him. Why is everything so strong? Get him. I'm gonna see if I can save my ult. Because it's a risky move. I'm gonna save my ult. Oh gosh. Come on. No! Oh man, I'm losing my sustain. That was like a potion. Oh, did it not consume because it's like a CP thing? No! What? Dude, so much! 10k? What? No! I keep forgetting I have a camera on me now, because I've been going like weeks without a camera. Okay, here we go! Ready? Boom! Ah! I don't think we're gonna make it for another duplication phase. You know, I ran into that. That's on me. That is 100% on me. Don't die! Oh no! I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I don't even crickets. I'm sorry. Oh god, not again. Not again. No. Can we get people to join us? Please. Don't throw me into the abyss again. Oh, he's got a companion. She'll be way better than me. Into the abyss! Here we go! I'll focus on what he's focusing on. No way! I should have swapped my staff to be on my other bar when I was ready. Why can't someone else just show up? Come on. Dead zone already. Shit, kept one of my killing abilities. I think I noticed the red better when everything's green, but no. There we go. Alright. I hate this. I can't miss my healer. I need to be taken care of. I don't have the sustain. Nice job, nice job. Don't shield this, don't shield this. No. Got him! I gave my life. And here I go. Oh my god, hold on. I gotta move it. Which I can do. I don't know if I'm thinking about it, actually. So many hordes of beasts after me. Come on. Just line them up. Here we go again. I hate this. I hate this even when there's a large group of people. But there were two. We're two people. That's not large. Oh, God. No. I got you. Man, maybe I should have done that. No! Man, maybe he'd be dead right now if I didn't do it. Ah, let's go! No! It was worth casting my ult. No! I needed magic to cast that shield, but I didn't have enough magicka. I'm sorry. I'm so bad at this. Of my CP slotted so much. See, I'm afraid of casting my ult and having one of these assholes just turn their shield on, ruin it all. Is he still attacking the shield before? Is there a reason? No way. I guess he just focuses on him until he breaks his shield, maybe? I don't know. He's got him. This is the only one left. Ah! Ah! Where is he? Come on, man. I need help. We've got this. We've got this. Alright, let's go. Give it your all. Come on. We're so close. Don't do it again. Don't do it again. If he does clone phase. Single digits. He's got to go now. Oh god. Come on. We can do it. Oh. That was worrying. I wonder if he only does that on certain percentages. Oof. Just like, can you do that on single digits? Hooray, hurrah, hooroo! Oh my god. And my scroll wasn't even running at that point. Part of me is wondering if, I mean, like, the effect that this DLC is going to have on people is, like, are people going to associate the term Apocrypha, or rather, Necrom with Apocrypha? Like, they think Necrom, they think green and tentacles, which will be interesting, you know? Just because of the association. It's weird having my camera back, guys. Having my camera back. Obviously, I know my background's kind of bland. Even, I mean, like, literally, I look like I just started streaming, right? It's just like, it's just a box. Like, what? But, you know, I just swapped computers, so all my assets aren't here. Am I gonna make new assets? I don't know. But... I kind of work on bare bones, and... Oops. Hi, Craze, how are you doing? I was wondering, because I was wondering earlier, so it's like, I haven't heard from Craze in a while. How are things? Look how adorable this Khajiit is. Just chillin'. And this is my first stream on my new computer and new monitor, right? So I've got, I mean, recently I've got a new keyboard, I've got a new computer, I've got a new monitor. So, this is kind of the first experimental stream with that, and that's why I don't have my assets or anything, and the background's weird. I've got a plan for a new background. It won't look so boring. I'll need to tinker stuff. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good. This monitor is crazy big. It's a 27-inch. I used to use a 15-inch. Right? Pretty big for me. I mean, like, I don't know if I can like show you very well.
I've got what you need.
Yeah, that's about the new looking setup. Well, let's see. I mean, like, it's just kind of hard to. Can I get this around? Okay. Well, hi. Look, here. Here's my new setup. Look at this. Oops. I pressed a button that triggered the... Okay. There we go. Look. And this is my new keyboard. So, I mean, like, this is still my old monitor that I'm using as my second screen, but this is my main monitor now, which is, you know, this monitor used to be so big compared to my main monitor, and now, like, this is huge. So, my new computer is an MSI Aegis. So, here it is right here.
Selling, trading.
It's a thick boy. Yeah, it's a fancy curved monitor. Yeah, I didn't know if I was gonna like curved, so I got it. They said, you know, 30 days returning, and I was like, okay, I can return it in 30 days if I don't like it. But so far, I'm really just having a problem, you know. The picture is amazing, the picture. I say like an old person. But yeah, and I know the background, and my room's a mess, you know, like everything's just, you know, it's a mess because I'm gonna be moving all these things around. My bed is over here, which it won't be for hopefully much longer. I'm probably gonna be getting a different bed. This is my plan. That bookshelf right there probably gonna take stuff off of it and box it up very carefully, and put that behind me over here, and then I will put things I like on it as my background. As for the shield, I don't know what I'm going to do with the shield. I'm trying to think about something, but yeah. So things are all piled up around here. It's a mess. It's a lot of it's boxes from the stuff that I just got, but I got Wizard Hat here. So, yeah, my setup is very baller, yes. I mean, I had that laptop for probably I had it for 4 years. I've been using that for 4 years, so. I mean, the last time I used a tower PC was when I just started playing ESO. I played ESO for probably like half a year. No, I'd say like probably closer to maybe a full year before I swapped to laptop. But now I'm back on a tower PC, and like it's got pretty good specs, right? I haven't had a single frame drop playing ESO, which is big. I'm like as the unofficial Elder Scrolls Pages streamer, I would have long loading screens and terrible frames and all that stuff, and it would really just screw up my streams, and I felt like I wasn't professional. So hopefully that is in the dust, and I can now have a professional stream. Instead of a, like, why is this guy the streamer again? So I feel like people are probably thinking that. This guy? Does this guy play on a Windows 95 or something? Okay, let's see here. I was actually about to try Overwatch for the first time. I did some Overwatch testing, so I played it a little bit, but I haven't done matches or nothing. But yeah, I was just about to try out Overwatch. But yeah, I've been going through the new DLC and loving it a ton. Not just saying that because it's new content. Literally, this DLC is probably my favorite chapter that I've ever bought. I mean, it's hard to beat Morrowind and Somerset, but I can at least say in terms of just starting, in terms of chapters that came out when I was playing the game, Necrom's definitely at the very, very top for me. So I put it above Greymoor, Blackwood, High Isle, Elsewhere, pretty much. Honestly, I'd probably put it at the very highest tier with Somerset.
Hollenbats are lucky, you know.
Hollenbat reference.
But they do require a lot of sweeping up after. Now, what sort of enchanting needs do you have today?
Okay, hold on.
Hello. Don't mind my little friend Dusty.
So
he
does
brings me good luck.
Wait, does he have a pollen bat?
Can I help you with some runes or glyphs?
I didn't see a pollen bat. Do you have a pollen bat? Oh my god, he does. Dusty the pollen bat. Oh my god, I love him. I have a pollen bat too. They are adorable. They sneeze. Look at him. Look at him. He's so cute.
Runes and glyphs freshly dusted by my little friend here. Guaranteed to enhance the effects of all your enchanting. What can I get you today?
Well, that's a unique gimmick. I'll give you that. All Endeavor's done. Weekly is done. So yeah, now having I bought this keyboard because I knew I was gonna get a desktop soon. Didn't know this soon though, but I got this new keyboard because my keyboard on my laptop was dying. My E-key died, and it was like that for what, a year or more or something, and then my E-key came back at the exact same time that my W-key died, and at that point I was like, I need an external keyboard. I can't play any games without a W key. It's part of the WASD, you know? So I bought a new keyboard, and Jared kind of helped me find this, but he taught me how to really search online for something, because I don't really do a lot of online shopping. And I really like this, and it's really been incredible so far. Hi, Driz. Must finish getting ready for work. No future alert. E. Drizzy, I have an E key now. I'm fine, but thank you anyway. Alright, let's see here. So what time is it? It is almost 4. I started pretty much at 10. I started the stream. Oh, you were lurking. Okay. I started the stream at like 10 because we couldn't get into ESO because ESO's launcher did that issue again. So then we spent like half an hour trying to get in, maybe 45 minutes, and I streamed that. And then I deleted the VOD because nothing happened. And then, like, right after I ended the VOD, the launcher started working again, and so then I downloaded the really quick update, it took 2 seconds, and got into the game, started to stream again. We started at 10 p.m. Central, which, you know, is an hour later than what we usually start as, but we did the Gorin Public Dungeon, which I thought was really cool. I liked it, like, really heavy Vardenfell vibes because of the architecture. And then I had an internet issue, I don't remember when, at some point midway through the stream, and I just shut it off because the internet was busting. I think it's because I was streaming at 1080p, and I'm sorry, I don't think I have the internet capability for that right now, so I went down to 720. And then restarted the stream, and here I am. So, it's been a little bit too much trueless, but we got there. We got there eventually. I'm going to be doing Overwatch for the first time on this computer, seeing how it plays, even though I did do some tests. That wasn't Dot, was it? I couldn't tell. But I'm also going to probably grab something to eat, because honestly, I haven't really eaten much all day. I've had 2 chimichangas. That's it. So I gotta get something. Do you guys like my cam? Are you guys happy that I'm back in all my curly hair glory? I think people preferred the PNG. I think a lot of people preferred me as a PNG tuber. I kind of liked it a little bit. Alright, so give me a bit. I'm gonna get Overwatch ready, and also try to get something to nom, maybe? Knowing me, I'll be back on ESO later tonight, probably, but off stream. Give me a bit, and I will be back. And you know what else, guys? You know what else? Hold on. Wait. New computer. I can have Chrome open while I'm playing games, while I'm streaming. I can just open up YouTube and play whatever I want. Now, you might have noticed over the past course of God who knows how long, I pretty much just would go through the same playlist because I didn't want to keep Chrome open because, you know, it's just really slow on my laptop. But now, I can just pull up whatever music I want and use it as a, you know, well, okay, not any music. I don't want to get copyright struck, but you get the idea. I don't have to use the same pre-made playlists, I'm assuming. So I could find something else. I don't really know what to look for, though. Oh, yeah, and I made these in like 10 seconds because I don't have my default assets, so enjoy these.
Now arriving at Ilios. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Amid discord, we will find tranquility.
My dad says a lot of your missions were disasters.
Well, if he made me the robo-horse I asked for, maybe I would have stood a better chance.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Shall we journey together?
You're welcome.
How you would.
It takes 100 times to learn, 1,000 times to
I was muted, that's
understand.
fine. For some reason, it put Cam at the top, so I thought that I was unmuted.
Maybe a different angle.
It happens to everybody. It happens to everyone.
Hey!
Rip. Okay, that's not good. But no, I was okay. So basically, all I was saying was there's a dialogue that I haven't heard before of I've only heard it relatively recently. Past and Lifeweaver and Reinhardt talking. Lifeweaver tells Reinhardt that he should get Torbjorn to make him one of his robotic horses. To which Cassidy says, "What did you just say?"
A temporary setback.
And then I just got a voice line just now that I've never heard before,
For your wounds.
where Cassidy mentions that
I'm
Torb
objective.
should make him a robotic horse. He's like, well, if you made me robotic horses, then everything would have been fine. So he just really wants those robotic horses. He's really into that.
Step right up.
Nice. Oh no 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 no! What happened? Brink says I'm so sorry. What happened? What happened? Look out! Look out! Look out! Res, res. She's gonna res. She's gonna res.
Experience tranquility.
Oh! Oh wait! Did she boop him off?
How you would.
Brilliant. Oh wait, is that the Ash?
Score
Yeah, it was. That's why Bob went away.
0.
Our mission awaits us.
One more mission, huh? I'm in.
Hey!
I have Chrome running right now. My stream running.
1. Round.
And Overwatch running. Not. I mean, I had some lag there for a second. It's kind of normal. Like, I can't even. There's no problem.
Be reassured, you are not alone.
Man, I didn't know how good I could have had it. Shit, that's gonna be a problem. If the pass doesn't really dominate that far.
Defeat cannot break one who perseveres.
Come join me on the point.
Yeah, so there's Cass. He's trying to take out the fire, I
The
think.
envy
But he
outnumbers
can't.
us.
Winston reporting.
No
Soldier 76 reporting for duty.
Enemy over here.
She took a hit, but not enough. It doesn't make sense. Good shot. Sorry. Roll up, JoJo.
I'm fired up right now.
Boom. You got some no. Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to get out of the way. But I should have tried harder.
Shot. In tip-top shape.
confidence is a flimsy shield. One moon shows in every pool. In every pool, the one moon.
He's kind of alone in this. No, I pressed Q. Ah, dude, I pressed Q, that's why I was walking forward. I was sniped right as I pressed it. I think we can still win the fight though.
It takes 100 times to learn, 1,000 times to understand.
Gotcha. We still have the point. Let's not lose it. Damn it. Great pulse bomb coming up from Barbato. Not this time. I think this is enough actually.
My spirit burns. Hello?
Victory.
Sweet. First match on this computer, and it was Victor.
Play
that?
of the game.
Why can't I? Oh. Where's my brain with Overwatch 1? I've been forgetting things that I've known for a long time. Like, not like usual, but like forgetting things from a long time ago. It's more like on Friday I have an employee code number, right, that I've been using since April, the end of April. You know, every workday you type it in, and I just suddenly just blanked. It just suddenly blanked on Friday. I was like, I mean, like I remember I got one digit wrong. I kept getting one digit wrong. I'm like, why not? How do I not?
Stop the payload.
We will crush them.
It was weird. And he just like that, I was trying to endure 3 people, like it was Overwatch 1. Like, you don't do that.
you're hungry for a fight.
I've been trying to give you a shield and just won't give it to me. Wouldn't mind a grip at some point soon. I need it. Hold on.
Silly human.
Might be a shadow soon.
House within me. The payload is moving.
I can't believe that's a team kill. What is it?
Fine work.
I'll fight them.
Incoming. Did he use shatter? He did not use shatter. What do we got, please? I want to get oil first. We're just kind of being babysat here. I'm mad. You're literally, commander, so close. Got rid of that portal, got rid of the portal. Okay, we made it. I took a 3 body block. There's a lot of ult going on here.
The payload is moving
Oh man, we're so close. There we go.
There's fire.
No, I want to use. Don't get. I feel all warm inside. Oh, the man, the life. Hey! Let me get those supports.
You have my friends.
Okay, alright. Come back. Good deal. Right breaking through? Oh man, this is my first death. Second.
Grab the payload. Let's go.
Particle cannon online.
Step right up.
Let's hold back.
Group up here.
Hey,
Hi.
We gotta be quiet. Shh.
Graviton surge is ready.
Man. No, don't let him know that we're here. No. Come on. Waiting for Weave. If only Weave could
Group up with me.
curl or could like life grip himself to us instead of other people to him.
Group up here.
We used a lot of time for that, by the way. That was a huge healing stagger. No.
Life is not forgiving.
Sorry, that was a bad time. That was a panic ult. I mean, like, I should have waited for dragons to be ready.
The battle ignites me.
I'm sorry.
Energy protocols calibrated.
You do not want a panic ult. A grab.
The wolf hunts for its prey.
Gotcha! Nope, not yet. Not yet. Oh! 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 I see what's going on here! Ah, it makes so much sense. Hold on. I'll explain later. We gotta get the fight. Finish the fight. Finish the fight. Ah, it all makes so much sense. Ah, man. She's gonna have one. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and think. I've been using F instead of E for the longest time because my EQ, like I said, was rusted. And then I got this new laptop and I just never rebounded. But then I let E play on like the hardware to kind of test out the latency. And he was like, you still use F even though you have a fixed EQ. Do you want me to rebind it? And I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. So I've been pressing F trying to do the E-key stuff, and nothing's been happening, and I'm like, what's going on? Am I lagging? Am I crazy? Am I stupid? I'm just not pressing, sometimes I'm pressing E. But now I know the E. Oh, that could be big. This could be huge. This could be huge. Remember, if someone's not in the dragon, you know where they're going. You know where they're going. It's like, go the dragon instinct, and that's what they're gonna do, so you know where to stack up. Interesting. He wants to take care of him. Take care of this God! No way! No way! No! I almost got out. Can I get Sumi? Got her! No! God, it's just so much damage!
What's up?
Sorry. The sports are doing well, you know? They're doing well.
I'm back.
It's just that we just couldn't get the right pace.
30 seconds remaining.
Payload stalled. Lost chance. Work together.
Sorry, everyone's doing well. Take down, let's go. What, did she say elegant? She was like elegant files, the beautiful package. Like me. Oh. Okay, is Moira just put down? Dude, we are so good. Just shoot a black hole into this guy.
Play of the game.
Nice shot. And then death. Alright, we got the mace skin, we just hit 40. So we can check out what's on 50. Because I don't know. I never look. I never look ahead. So I'm constantly surprised. I'm playing in borderless window too. This is crazy.
Traveling to New Queen Street.
So the voice chat, I gotta leave that.
Hey,
Do I dare play ball? Okay.
weapons operational. Primed hamster.
Hard to keep the scope on, Genji. Always so unpredictable.
Sorry.
Your feet keeps me sharp.
5, 4.
No offense to people living in Toronto. I just love the I love the effects.
Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Because here's a clip of Weather shooting at a banner that says Toronto for 30 seconds. What does it mean? So to be fair, again, no offense to Toronto. I find myself saying Toronto. I do not like this map. This is my least favorite map in all of Overwatch. It used to be Volskaya. Volskaya is gone. And this is the new least favorite. I don't know why I didn't have any put on with Zen. Or did I?
We need to put a stop to their push.
Did I use any discords in that match?
Primary target.
I hope I did. Oh god.
Helping you out.
Yeah, don't think about it. He's so low, he's down. Oh god.
Under my protection.
I like never play hamster by the way. Oh man, he's so low. I got him. Did you just say clown? Wow.
Robot pushing.
Good sleep. Sorry, I kind of ruined it for my second. But hey, we got the David out of it. Oh wow, this was pretty cool. Went right through my mind with a shatter. I think it might have been a little bit of a waste of a shatter, and my mind's got your support anyway.
They're pushing.
Have I been outbrained?
Fire.
I've been outbrained. Hate Sim.
Stop that barricade.
Gauging deck.
Rope speed.
A lot of new players lately. They're bringing back some kind of leveling system they talk about. I don't really know what it means. They talk about hero levels or whatever. I'm like, maybe like showing you how much health you have, how much levels you have on a hero. Like, oh, it's a level 10,000 Zenyatta. He just has to play Zenyatta. Yeah.
Sojourn on route.
Tired of your microwave. Yeah, Ryan, okay.
Get in there.
Behold the hamster, behold the hamster. What's the idea for this
Efficient
hero?
design at work.
I'm here.
Hold on.
Frustration detected.
Zin says I'm so bad right now. Why would you say that?
Engaging enemy.
Particularly says, okay.
It really
Bad
was
as in
you.
good or what? Oh, well he was just like... Even with Shatter, he might. Take the front way, yeah.
It's go time.
No! Where's the bot? Yeah. Oh my god. Wait. Oh, Anna took it for me instead. No! Why did you do it with me? Oh, that sucks.
Enemy has a robot. Not for long.
This has got worse.
I'm on
He
fire.
cut right through me, and then the Genji.
Moira by your side.
Ultimate charging.
Ready? Here we go. Here we go. Hopefully, you don't walk right into the car wash. Enjoy. Enjoy. Oh! Perfect.
Execute over 2A. Engaging festive.
You're falling
It's been a while
apart.
since I played ball.
Tango inside.
This is like my favorite skin on them.
Your end is
pretty new.
within my reach.
I think it was like the defense skin. You just had to like do damage. That was about a pass. That Mercy is a lot of their healing, like most of it, I'd say. Because she's just always in the air. I don't really know who's focusing on it. She just takes quite a few. I don't have my fucking shield on her.
They stole a robot from us.
Yeah, that's the majority of their heals. Back in Overwatch 1, you didn't used to be able to do that. You didn't used to be able to perceive the other team's anything. In fact, you couldn't even perceive your own team's details. You can only see like your details. Like, oh, you have the most damage, so it'll give you gold medal. And then you have everyone going like, I have the most. I don't know what you got, but what I have. It really wasn't that competitive. This is way better. For a second there, it sounded like him and it said Gravity Falls when he fell. If he did, I would be such a happy man. But I don't know if he did. I'll have to check his quotes.
Thanks.
Enough. You're welcome.
Okay, we have a Reaper now. Might be good, might be good. A really big one. An Echo now, though. Oh god. That was... my bad, I'm sorry. I'm still winning the fight, though. And I'm a pretty fast champ.
Calibration's complete.
See if I can get there fast. Oh, God. Come on. here. Here! I still got him off. Let's go. I should have put it all in the hall or in the alleyway. That would have been smarter. Block them all off.
They took him from us.
I do look at that decision with regret.
My power emanates!
Seconds remaining.
Soldier 76, reporting for duty.
No.
Okay, here we go. Do we have anything? We have nano. Who's gonna get the nano? Oh my god, I got the nano. They didn't carry me. No, we need to touch.
Taking flight.
Nice job. Oh, internet just jumped.
Another you.
Lucio coming at you.
I could cut him off again. Are they gonna come through here?
Pushing our barricade up.
Oh god. They went monkey. Well, I mean, she first she was doing that stuff. She's already very low on health. He's got delay. I'll hit him eventually. Just to take time to reload. So we can gotta keep watching behind. Let's wait for shield to come out so late. Okay, destroy shield. I don't. Okay, good. I just didn't want to use shield to destroy my mind.
This is our last chance to stop.
Oh god. This is our last chance to stop. Thing. It's cut off.
Play of the game.
This says I ate the mind. Who's she with?
Mind your surroundings. A taste of poison.
I win button. Lose win 50 times. A really good name would have been just press Q.
Welcome to Rialto.
Yeah, okay.
Olympus is where I say it is.
No unnecessary risks.
Oh. They won't let me emote? Too many messages? Really? How about now?
Doctor, have I really got to eat vegetables? It's like crunch, crunch, crunch. How long have I got to chew these?
The caption even says awkward laughing.
It's called a matrix. But once I do it, they'll call it a tracer.
I do love neon.
Yeah. It's called a marathon. Few tricks. But once I do it, it's called a marathon.
got a few tricks.
But once I do it, they'll call it a tricks.
4,
Got a few tricks.
2,
Got a few tricks.
1.
Let's go.
I'm on the payload.
There's gonna be a hook. There's gonna be a hook. He's gonna try to hook people off the edge. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Okay, there's their hook. We lost our Genji. I don't know who I was. I thought we lost. Man, that was good. Come on, man. Suzu though.
Stop mucking around and move. Now fight.
Alright, I'll look at you.
I'm on the payload. Get over here.
I've got the payload. Doing a very good job in it.
All hail the queen!
I can do that anti-thing too, you know. That's...
I'm really feeling
Let's
it.
go
eh?
stay together.
Oh, hell you will.
What's the holdup? Get that
I'm
thing moving.
losing it, man. I'm losing it. I don't know if I can.
Pick up your feet, you drongos.
Heroes never die. For
Time for the
Big job.
Do something.
There's a new god of war.
No way.
Stop mucking around and move.
There's no way that's actually happening.
Stay sharp.
There's no way that actually happened. I can't. I
After you.
can't believe. I don't even know what to say
A
about it.
moron crosses the mother of the gods.
I can't believe that actually happened. How did that occur? I mean, it spread so much chaos. I antied them all. You know, oh my gosh. How did Bob get that much value?
No one can stop me.
Looks like we're win the point. Hello. I should use my shout. But we did get it. We did get it.
Roll out.
That's it. Everyone's going to Hades. Almost time for a rampage. Shut the monks out of your loincloths and move.
You guys ready?
Team to me.
You guys ready? Wait for it. No, I need Hog to go back into the where he... Okay, he's gonna go back. He's gonna go back. Come on, come on. Line up, line up. He's gonna stay inside. Come on, man. Alright, just waiting for that. Oh, yeah.
Stop mucking around and
I mean, I want to use my knife to pull him off the edge, but the odds of that happening. Just got Hanzo off the edge. God, finally.
My payload's moving. Pile on.
Good lord.
Ooh, I do love neon. Hey. Eat your liver out, Prometheus.
God. That's what the first did.
Pick up your feet, you Drongo. Let the computer walk at you. Look out, Ares. There's a new god of war.
Give him all that.
They're finally got their price. What?
Hi, weird kid. How you doing?
Service.
What are you looking at?
Laura by your side.
Hello there. I've got plenty of teeth left.
Everyone's just doing voice lines. Hello. Hello. Alright, let's go.
Let's go with this thing.
Probably shouldn't have done that so early. I'm doing okay, just trying out my new PC.
Heroes never die.
You know, I'm able to play Overwatch on like ultra graphics and it's incredibly smooth, fast, longer range. Way bigger than what I'm used to. In fact, if you ask me which triple, to be honest. Oh my god, we made it! We had someone on the payload the whole time! Oh god, what a plot twist. I didn't even know that. Hold on, I'll get on taking this out.
Time for the reckoning.
I can't, I just gotta wait though. I gotta wait.
That's how you bring fire to the mortal.
Okay, yeah, I'll change the settings when I can. Because yeah, I just got this computer. It's new. All the settings are, you know, I haven't set the settings correctly yet. Everything's changed, so I had to reset everything. So yeah, I'll do some adjustments after the match. Oh damn.
You're all good, Isaac.
Okay, I'll take the blow, take the blow, take the blow. Good job, good job.
Thanks.
Pick up your feet.
All hail the queen. My payload's moving. Pile on.
Almost done, almost done, almost done. We totally got this, we got it, we got it, we got it. I was what she was gonna be. Okay, nice. Look at that, like 12.5k damage. Not bad, not bad. Your mic was quiet yesterday too, you just noticed in general. Any streaming tips? I guess it, okay, so, streaming tips. First thing that I would think is, obviously stream for yourself first, right? So, like, basically sticking to a game, you know, that you might not want to play. You might want to swap games, like, for example, but this is not the game that I have greatly watched for. Not really greatly watched in general. But, I mean, like, this is not the game that I am known for in my circles. I just play this because, you know, I've been an Overwatch fan since 2016. But I play it anyway, you know. So, You will be happier that way. Just flat out. You might have people who say, like, you know, they want to see more World of Warcraft or something like that, but like, if you want to move to another game, I say do it, because if you don't please you when streaming, you will not like streaming. Second tip for streaming, in my opinion, don't do it for money. If you stream enough, you'll technically get money if you like reach certain quotas. And those quotas aren't impossible. Like every now and then, I get like $50 from Twitch. I do stream daily, but so I mean, it's like streaming for money. You know, you're gonna constantly just want to, you know, get more and more and more and more, and that's probably not going to happen. But I mean, you will get some, but don't do it for the money. I think of the money as just a fun bonus, right? Basically, you think of it as you getting paid to have fun, but don't stream for money. Networking is my third tip. You know, like hit Twitter and not really advertise, really, but just like meet other people in your circles that do similar things. You know, like if you like playing World of Warcraft, meet more World of Warcraft streamers, maybe some smaller ones, and build a community, support each other, uplift each other. You'll have a fun time because you'll get boosted because you'll have all that support, but also you will be making new friends and you'll enjoy helping your other friends, and it's just kind of it's a symbiosis kind of thing. I mean, I don't even know, like, let's see right now, let's see. I check my stream manager. For some reason my views aren't showing. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I need to fix these settings. So let's make the game quieter, alright? How do I do that? I could lower my desktop audio a bit more, I guess. Let's just do that for now. I'm gonna lower the desktop audio. So here's what I've got. I'll do this. If this is still too loud, let me know. And I'll make it lower. In the future, I'll probably think of a better workaround, but this will do for now. Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm just saying, like, you know, it's not like a night and day, like, oh, you'll never get paid for Twitch, or or you'll become the next, you know, ninja or what have you. It's more like, you know, you might get something. You know, like, I probably average 2 viewers a stream, and even though, again, I do stream every day, every now and then I do get some fun little drops from Twitch. And I've got subs, and I've got donations before. But, again, just don't make it your primary goal. I do it because this is my hobby, and I like entertaining, and I'm primarily an Elder Scrolls streamer, and I do a lot of Elder Scrolls teaching and stuff like that. So, that's kind of... Those are probably the tips that I have to offer. 7 viewers is nice. Yeah. Like to some people that might be like, 7 viewers is not a lot. 7 viewers is a lot. I mean, like, that's 7 people. That's 7 human beings, right? That's a lot. I mean, like, when you think about it. I don't really get 7, but I mean, like, I've been streaming for 4 years now, I think. Yeah, that seems about right. 4 years. My food is unfortunately just like crumbs. I'm gonna probably need to get another bag.
Have peace at any cost.
If we do this
How do you
right,
get crumbs in
they
the
won't even
salsa?
know what happened.
Also, here's another thing in my opinion. If you're gonna start streaming, maybe this isn't the best tip because again, I'm not a big streamer, so maybe you shouldn't take my advice. But in my opinion, it does not hurt at all to stream like you've always done. That's my tip. Basically, what I mean by that is like go ahead and maybe get a branding, right? Maybe get someone to draw you a profile pic, or get a profile pic drawn. Maybe have like a character, like a mascot maybe, or a theme. Not everyone starts that way. In my opinion, it's not. she's moving everywhere. So yeah, I mean it can like so like you could use maybe that mascot or theme for your notifications for your profile pic, right? So like for example, if you had maybe a spy theme going on, like a secret agent theme, you would use that for all your assets, and that kind of keeps a general aesthetic that people will start to like. Okay, so this is their thing. This is kind of how you would describe this streamer. It kind of gives them a play. Now I know I don't really have much set up right now. Like I'm just a boring box with an icon. But again, I just plugged in this computer last night, and I don't have my files on it. So yeah, that's gonna need to be later.
It demands a sacrifice.
Ooh, man, I made someone leave.
You can still be good while being up to no good.
High hopes for you.
You can still be good while being up to no
Oh man, they're bringing out the Bastion. They were pissed. Well, I did not toss that fire. Now I'm on fire? What? I didn't know this. Nice. So close.
I see you.
Got her.
Stay down. The galaxy will tremble before us. I will give you shelter. Put them in the ground.
Hold on, where? Nice. Oh, that's not good. Not nice. Not nice. Not nice. Sorry. Oh. Fourth tip? Tip number 4, I guess. As the tips start to come to me. Is be interactive, you know, with your audience. I mean, you don't need to. If it makes you uncomfortable, then you don't have to. In fact, you don't even need to mic. You don't even need to have a video or a mic, you know. If you're making yourself uncomfortable, then you're not streaming right. But I'm saying that if you are interested in conversing with people, you know, make an effort to keep doing that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have tried.
Eating fortified.
So like,
clever tactics.
I mean, that's basically the reason I stream is because I like showing people things. That's kind of the general gist of it. I mean, I've streamed like every day for maybe a couple of years now, maybe 3 years. Maybe pushing it, but pretty much daily, and sometimes twice a day because I also stream on another channel. And so, oh, nice. Oh, that's not nice. Not nice. Not nice. Yeah, I totally forgot what I was saying just now. 5 a.m. Okay, I've got Annihilation. What did I say? Fourth tip. Tip number 4. What was tip number 4? Oh, it was interactive. Yeah. Oh, God. So yeah, the reason I stream is because it's fun to show people things, and like in terms of the Elder Scrolls, I show people things and I teach them about, you know, that world and stuff. So I like kind of being the tour guide, the teacher, the entertainer. That kind of general vibe is my thing. I started streaming because I honestly wanted to stream my art, but over time it became like, hey, wait a minute, I can show my games. And I thought it was kind of fun because I like watching YouTubers play games, and I was like, well, maybe I can do that. I'm not like, I don't think I'm a funny entertainer or anything. I think it'd be fun too. Oh god. Some people stream with a gimmick. Like, they stream with like a gimmick, like, you know, they might play a character. For example, I personally can't do that. I mean, that's, it all really depends who you're playing. But I personally can't. Because I'm too genuine, I think. Oh, you woke me up, you woke me up! Someone woke me up! I think I'm too genuine to keep a character going for 8 hours or whatever. As much as I love role-playing sometimes, like on ESO, well, never actively done that for the people, but in my head, it's just not something that I feel like I can do. I would prefer to do myself. Talk to people as myself, let them know that what I'm saying is how I feel, you know? Oh, you poor Hanzo.
For what it's worth, I am sorry.
She said, not to worry. I'll patch you with death. I don't feel safe not protecting this payload. It's way too close, and there's way too much of a cutoff point right here. 2 cutoff points. You know, so... Here's tip number 5. Tip number 5. Don't. And this is a hard one because I haven't even figured out how to do this right. But don't. Maybe learn to know the right time and place to advertise. You know, don't advertise in someone else's stream. That's not a good idea. You know, like don't go. I want to visit my stream or whatever. You know, like in-game chats and stuff, you know, no one really wants to be advertised to, so you really just gotta find the right way to kind of let people know that you do that. And I think the best way to let people know that you stream is... Oh, damn! That was nice. The best way to let people know that you stream is just be part of a community where this is the thing that people do, right? Like a speedrunning community. Say you speedrun Majora's Mask, right? And you join the speedrun community, and so, like, they're not gonna be opposed to you saying, yeah, I stream speedruns in Majora's Mask. It's good they're gonna be like, they're interested in that, right? And they'll be interested in that. It's a little bit, you know. I think that's like the appropriate place to kind of drop that info. I wish I could eat that, but I can't. Dang it. Maybe even, like, I've seen people do it in game chat with Overwatch and ESO, and that's, you know, it can get annoying. You just kind of need to know the right place, time and place to do it. And it can get hard. In fact, I don't really advertise all that much. He's gonna try to remake on me? So I say the best way to advertise is just to let people know you exist. That's it. Don't really push people. Don't act like you expect something of anyone, you know, to watch you. Otherwise, if you get like a watcher that's watching and they don't want to, they're just doing it, you know, because they don't want to feel that it's denied. Then it's like you don't really have someone enjoying it. People are gonna be so pissed on playing Watcher, I think. Can we hit him, please? Oh my god. They're gonna blizzard again if we're not here. Thank god. So yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of like I don't think anyone would be kind of annoyed if you were like just to mention that you stream, but if you just keep pushing it, you know, that would be like, okay, man, stop. It's like a commercial that just keeps going on. Guys, we get it.
Justice is cruel.
Justice is cruel. Also, I guess tip number 6. I guess it's kind of it's related, kind of, but don't isolate yourself. You know, isolating yourself, like not interacting with other streamers and stuff. You know, that kind of hurts you in a couple ways because it means that you don't make any new friends, and friends are cool. It also means that, you know, no one will even see who you are. So I mean, it's like they don't have a chance to meet you. I also need to kind of get out of my comfort zone and start to maybe find new streamers in addition to the ones that I know to help me.
I will.
You know, I mean, like,
leave a broken. I know that. Look,
there's a lot of different perspectives of different people that play games. Like I need to follow more Overwatch streamers. Maybe I'll find someone
path to redemption
that
is trying.
It's not pleasant.
It's a wrecking ball,
but
mate.
you'll see, it was worth it in the end.
I hope so. Hello. Hello. Greetings.
I mean, sometimes you're gonna have lucky breaks. Sometimes you're gonna have, you know, like big raids, right? Like, you can get kind of intimidating. You get like, I've gotten raids of like several hundred, you know. And also, tip number 7, right? 6 wasn't very good, but it was a thing. 6 was kind of vague, but I'm just gonna go ahead and go to 7. Tip number 7: do not let viewer numbers get you down. Not just viewer numbers as in like, oh, I streamed for 8 hours and I didn't break 2 viewers, but I'm talking like, if you get a huge raid and like everyone leaves, that just happens. That's just a thing that happens. You know, I've been watching Twitch enough, I've been streaming enough, and it's just a thing that occurs. And it can be really easy to be like, oh god, like, all these people left, you know. But, you know, because it is a raid though. You know, they were watching someone that they chose to watch, and they were watching someone that was suggested. And they could just be like, okay, well, you're not the person I wanted to watch, and they could turn off the TV. That's a valid thing. I mean, like, because they didn't turn on the TV for your show. It can at first it can kind of like seem like it's a personal thing, but they don't mean to hurt you. It's just a thing that happens, and it can be a hard truth. You know, like I sometimes have a lot of people watching me play ESO, and then I do Overwatch, and then they just all leave. But it's like they were here to watch me play ESO. So you gotta kind of put yourself in those shoes. Oh my god. Okay, we just lost the turret. No. How did I miss?
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Willpower burns within me.
Okay, let's see if we can make this work, actually.
I've got you. Silly human.
So many people use that Kiriko skin that she just says that all the time and makes it sound like a default thing that she says. Oh my god, are you kidding me? No, 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 no! Ah, man, I was just about to use one.
dragon consume you!
I still have some fight in me.
My baby's destroyed!
Let's take him to the wasteland.
Streamer tip number 8. Are we on 8? Right, no. You will get people you don't want in your chat. It's true. Whether they're there to troll, you know, they're just, you know, angry at you for something. Oh god. No! Or maybe they're trying to sell you something, or maybe they're a bot. But in this case, we're not gonna think about bots, you know. We'll think about people, because people are kind of what can really make you mad, right? So say someone, you know, they're trying to rile you up or weird you out. You could, you know, you can block them. It's easy as that, which is completely fair. And usually but for the most part, you just gotta. For the most part, just don't let them get to you, I guess. Because like if you act really angry at them or upset and then you block them, they're gonna be like, okay, well I got blocked, but I made them mad like I wanted to. So you just gotta really give them nothing that they want and then block them so that they don't really get anything out of it. I mean, I've had people put things in my chat that, you know, are inappropriate, and so we gotta do something about that. So.
Ohio! Hey, victory is
Obviously, the more viewers you have, the more common that is. You can get bots to root out certain words and stuff, though. You know, bots are a big help. So, yeah, look into bots, Nightbot and stuff like that. Really big helps, and not really hard to set up because I've set up mine, and I am not a smart man. I don't know if he's still here, I'm just saying. If anyone cares, I'm just saying. I mean, I guess there should, I mean, it's not really a tip to say, you know, like, be kind and, you know, just be a decent human being, and we don't need people on Twitch who are just trying to get more views on being edgy.
More to learn. Greetings.
It's monstrous that you were kept locked up for so long.
It didn't feel very long to me.
Well, should your jailers ever come knocking again, I know a place you'd be safe.
5, 4, 3.
Where? Where?
Round 1. Capture the objective.
Keep calm, keep sly.
Windborn.
Tip number, I guess, yeah, I'm just gonna go to 9. The don't be an asshole one's pretty basic. I'm not gonna count that. Tip number 9. Watch what you're listening to. Watch what you're listening to can cover several bases. It can cover like voice chat in certain games. It can cover someone that you're chatting with on Discord. You know, you might not be hateful, but you know, you might want to keep in mind what kind of audience you have and what kind of things they're listening to. Be it someone super toxic on in chat or maybe someone that you're in Discord with. But on that note, be careful what you're listening to in terms of copyright. There are, you know, you can copyright struck or muted VODs, I guess. You know, in best case scenario, you're gonna get a muted VOD if it's copyrighted music. No, 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 no! Oh no, I didn't make it. I didn't make it. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Closing it now.
Over
here.
Really?
I think I need to think of a tip number 10. I need to think of a tip number 10. So just one last tip. I had to choose one.
Adaptive circuit engaged. Let the Kitsune guide you.
Life protects life.
Oh god. Damn it. I would say tip 10 is make sure, you know what, I'm gonna make tip 10, make sure you're not muted. I know he said that he was muted earlier and that happens to literally everybody. Oh god. The only people it doesn't happen to, sorry, no, it happens to everyone. The only people that get it fixed really quick are people that have a lot of viewers because they're like, oh, we can't hear you immediately. But I think that, you know, at some point, literally everyone's going to forget to unmute their mic.
Check.
If they mute their mic at all, they're going to forget it somewhere. I don't care how big of a streamer you are. So, tip number 10.
Best round.
Assuming I didn't miss one,
Team kill.
make sure you're not muted.
Score 0-1.
If anybody asks, I was never here.
Hey.
I wish violence never solved anything. It would make peace so much easier.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Impressible. Being down just makes the comeback all the more exciting.
I love Busan now because it's all stormy. I mean, look at this. Man, with my new monitor, my new graphics and everything, dude. This is the kind of thing that I thought I could never achieve. Literally, I don't know how I got here. Though that doesn't necessarily make, you know, a streamer.
Come here, will you?
You know, you don't need good tech to be a streamer. Tip number 11. Tip number 11. You know what? We're counting the palms now.
Back again for another try.
Tip number 11 is you don't need the best stuff. I streamed for 4 years, you know. I mean, like, granted, I did have a laptop that could play the games I wanted. Obviously, that's gonna be a thing that you need, otherwise you can't stream the games, you know. But shit, I kind of that wouldn't happen. But you know, you don't need the tip-top technology, basically. You just need stream your game and have a way to talk to your chat, maybe, if you want to.
Into that one.
A lot of streamers don't even use their mics. You know, they don't have face cams. No one knows what they look like.
Engaging enemy here. Let the Kitsune guide you.
so dead. I'm 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 so dead.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
I need to get Echo. I need to get Echo. Oh my god, she's covered up. She's covered up by the roof. Ah! Echo, show yourself. You know what? I could have just done this. That's silly boy. I don't play a lot of Life League.
Life protects life.
That's not good. That's really not good. Great eat though. Oh my god, touch, 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 touch. I needed her to help touch me.
Your carry is here.
We have Femboy Ruby and we have Samboy. We're at. So, tip number 12, which is, we're counting both palms here, so. This is 12.
Play of the game.
This can't be the sleepy, can it? Tip number 12. Do not worry about sucking at a game. I guess this kind of combines with. Oh my god, dude, this is sleepy.
Assist.
But like, I know it kind of mixes with, you know, don't worry about people who start trolling in your chat. But even if no one's talking and like you're playing a game. You're doing really bad. Chances are they're not really there to see someone be really good at a game, right? It's like you know, even if you're watching a football game and your team is losing, you're still gonna watch that game. You're there for the team, right? You like the team. You like how they play. You form an attachment.
Prepare your defenses.
In this case, I mean, and also in this case, it's more of a personal note, right? You're friends maybe with the streamer, and you have more of a community. You're not just gonna walk away because your friend is not winning a game, you know. So don't really worry about being good in that game. That just makes you stressed, right? I mean, you'll be embarrassed.
Questions
That
when
will
you can
happen.
just obey. I'm definitely too old for a trip to the amusement park.
Okay. Too old for an amusement? What?
You know what they say. Seasons don't fear the...
Don't. Just don't. This time, stay focused, old man.
How can one focus when viewing the infinite universe?
True.
You better find a way. Fast.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
The barrier appears.
Okay, we were tip number 15.
Barrier has fallen.
Well, 15 there, right?
Barrier is splintering.
I don't really know how to hold up my hands for that. Essentially, number 13 is when it comes to raiding, don't be afraid to raid even one viewer. Even one. Don't be embarrassed by that. You know? I still raid with one viewer. Sometimes. I mean, sometimes it's like, if I'm going fast, you know, I'm not even bothering. But like, you shouldn't really lack doing it out of embarrassment or something. I say just do it. You can put your name out there. It's kind of like a one. I think it sets your stream, your Twitch to host that channel. As in, like if someone tunes into your Twitch, they will see the person that you rated. So you might want to like have them as a representative. But on another note, you're essentially also shouting yourself out, and it's just a good way to maybe get like the attention of someone. I have things that I've probably made several streamings on just raiding with one viewer, getting to talk to them, and the one viewer is me, obviously. You know? So they probably wouldn't have noticed me, because... Oh my god, who's doing that?
Cannot withstand much more. Barrier unsuccessful.
Could have had him. They probably have sound barrier, right? You guys shouldn't bother. And they're using Valkyrie. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah! Yep, there's sound barrier. I'm sorry. I shouldn't. If this was topical, I wouldn't have.
So, it's rebellion then.
So, it's rebellion. Definitely a Soul Treason Gun reference, and I love it. No, man, could I have touched if I just slow myself down with the accretion? I don't know. I am going nowhere fast. Is that my fault? I should be using the absorb a little bit more often. Nice! Ramatra's down. We can get a lot more done with this visor. In fact, visor is what got him, interestingly enough.
Barrier is nearly spent. My barrier is gone. Hello. My ultimate yet to charge you. Velocity. No.
Come on. I almost have it, but they probably have sound barrier too. Get the Lucio, so that they can't use sound barrier, or maybe at least try to get the sound barrier off. Maybe I can get sound barrier out with my flux, and then I can move forward with another ultimate. Oh god. Oh god. If I wait, they're probably just gonna make so much more progress. Whatever. They're gonna... There we go. We're about to hear Portuguese. Wait, no, Lucio just went down. He went down, he went down, he went down. It was Portuguese, right? God. No. It's because it's cool when I'm the Ramatra, but when someone else is the Ramatra, I'm really He's just punching whoever he wants. Sound barrier is out. They will not have it for a while. Nice, great, we got this, I'm already over halfway to Flux. Turret's gonna get her. I got her. Nice.
I've high hopes for you.
Anna checking in.
The barrier appears.
Oh, come on. What happened? Okay, so Lucio's on my left. I can hear him. Here he is. I don't know why he's not with his team.
Barrier is nearly spent.
I don't know if I want to wait for him to have his ult again. I didn't get anyone with my flags. That was embarrassing. Okay. There's so many of them, but I just didn't get anyone. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. All that matters is the now. And the now. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Don't res me. Don't res me. Don't even think about it. Thank you. That was really risky.
Alla safety Aiden.
Okay, not good. Not good at all. Oh my god, no. I can't believe it. They literally just stormed into the end with the Annihilation. Rip. God. So fast. That ended so quickly. Good lord.
I'm overloaded!
Okay, let's see here. So what do we have for the new tier? Because I still didn't see that. So we got these two. And bam, bam. Okay, so we got 4. Not bad. Finger gun. His highlight intros are usually very slow. And this incredible skin I was looking at earlier, the Alchemist. Good lord. So in the new tier, we have, oh my god. Yeah, I haven't changed my name card in seasons, but this has gotta be it. I mean, I'm a huge Wizard fan. I love my magic books and whatnot. Alright, so what else do we got here? This victory pose, focus, Cassidy.
How do you want to do this?
The mythic skin hits the middle? Then what's at the end? Huh. I didn't expect... I think they said something about them doing things differently. I didn't know, though. Huh. Okay. Oh, you start to unlock stuff at tiers. Oh. Interesting. You unlock new stuff at different tiers. Look at these alts. These tracer alts. Ooh, look at that. Oh my god. I'm really liking this. Very World of Warcraft, of course. And slime prince keychain. Big pockets, great. Oh yeah, and here's the. Actually, no, this isn't the spray. This is a profile picture, just a full heart. I'm guessing that the spray is gonna come later. Ice skate emote. Okay, so here we have one for Maid that moves forward. I wonder how many characters have. Orisa has one. Sigma has one. Widow has one. I don't remember who else. And we have Honeycomb, which is definitely not really in the theme, but it looks incredible. Look how shiny it is. That's pretty good. Yeah, man, that took me by surprise. The mythic early. Check it out. was a fun match. Can't believe I got one for New Queen Street. You just have that Hammond and be able to leave his neck like Dio style. That'd be wild. My game is not letting me leave the window. There we go. Alright. This might be the latest I've ever streamed in my life. I got a late start though.
Barrier broken.
Sounds exciting. Barrier broken. You know, I was like, as long as I'm in the air, I'm going to do damage to those who I know I can do damage to, because I know I'm going to be doing incredible damage with my flex. I really like how they let you attack during that.
Let's take him to the wasteland!
I had some incredible rampages. Wish they picked a different name for that though, because I keep thinking of this.
And that's how you bring fire to the mortals!
I mean, what could they have called it though? Audience pleaser is too long. Applause? I don't know. Yeah, you hear the sleep dart come out. As soon as I heard the sleep dart come out and I wasn't asleep, I was like, this is gonna be a good play.
Justice is cruel. It demands a sacrifice.
I gotta get big Torvasard energy from Ramatra. Alright. So, it is 6 AM. I'm going to raid you guys to somebody. Look at this new title image, it's so good. I'm going to raid you to let's do Twisty. I'll say you guys over Twisty. Thank you so much for being here. It's appreciated. I'll probably go live at 7 PM Central Time. Give me a second to get everything ready. Thank you guys so much for being here. I don't know if I'm gonna have like anything really different set up by tomorrow, because it's like who knows what I'm gonna be getting up or what, but we'll see. We'll see. It's just so tempting to just sleep though. Alright, I'm going to send you guys over to Twisty. Thank you guys so much for being here. Bye.